All right, I am back.
Hello.
Yo, yo, yo. Let's get this podcast set up. Or the screens and stuff. Let's see. What is going on here? So, right. Well, can't really do much until we get the thing. Yo, what's up, Zero? Hello, Jessica. AOC? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Why not? Go rude. I'll probably end up on the left, to be sure. This is alphabetical. So I'm gonna move myself preemptively here.
Oh my god, is he playing Overwatch? That made me laugh. That comment was very clever.
Are the push-ups the preferable rating? Yes, absolutely. I found a new passion, Ollie.
Oh
Talk
yeah.
about later, but
Is it
bull riding.
pull-ups? Push-ups? Oh. Bull riding. Okay.
Bull riding.
Real bulls or mechanical bulls?
Real. Do you know they get
bulls.
paid $50,000 to $100,000 for 8 seconds? 8 seconds of like so like.
There's a few industries where you can get that.
Oh yeah, name one.
Well, it's not safe for Twitch.
What?
I was thinking either pornography or assassins.
Like killing someone's gonna take a lot longer than 8 seconds, like the planning and then all that.
Oh. Well, you have to plan for your bull ride, right?
Sure.
Which takes longer than 8 seconds. See, Zerodead knows what I'm on about. Okay, what's the biggest bull you've ridden?
Me?
Hmm.
None.
Okay. You're at the stage where you're like watching videos of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you ordered like the costume, like the jeans and the cowboy boots and the?
I already have a cowboy outfit. I'm gonna live
good.
stream a rodeo in September in
Okay.
Houston.
Are you patch ready? Have you loaded your dailies and done all your writs and thing?
Yeah, kind of. I didn't do my wrist today.
Oh.
Yeah. I gotta, after today's stream, I gotta set up for tomorrow, like this coming week. I'm probably gonna stream like non-stop because it won't move.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
And I'm also starting Elden today.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That preps the DLC. Did I ever play Lost Ark? Yeah, I did. I played when it came out for the West. I played
Lost Ark's not the one with dinosaurs, is it? No. That's just Ark.
It's the Korean MMO,
Oh,
isometric
yeah.
MMO, and it was fun, but I think endgame is like too grindy for me. Huge pay to win. Biggest example of like pay to convenience as well.
I mean, who is it for if it's that pay to win? Like, are they just hoping on getting a couple of big cash cows that they can drain? It's not going to be widely popular if it's that pay to win, sure.
You're watching a video. What's up, Punish? You were watching a video of a streamer that put in $30,000.
Oh my god. See that? Yeah, that's who it's for. It's for streamers to make content about how pay to win it is.
$30,000. How much do you think you've spent on the ESOU, Ollie? 1,000 euros or 1,000 pounds?
Well, yeah, must have done. I mean, how much is a year's subscription? Like, $200 a year or something. Times by 10. It's already like $2,000. Chapters are like $40, $50 each.
What's today's topic
Yeah.
for the podcast? Ashes creation, everything. Yeah, so Ashes, whatever Nyce was to talk about.
Isn't AOC that politician lady?
No, the Ashes creation.
No? Okay.
But also,
Alexandra.
I think Nyce
Subsist.
did this like panel with the creative director and founder of Ashes recently. Yes, no show. I don't know.
It's currently playing Overwatch, so we'll see.
Oh my god.
Tell Oliver I say hello. Sorry that I shocked him to his core. Yes. I'm still recovering.
Do you remember the stories, Olibo?
Yeah, there was a murder, wasn't there? I think.
Well,
Um,
yeah, former ESOU player. I also made a video
Yeah.
about it. But the one about like seducing a GM, a trade guild master.
oh yes, skins for skins and stuff. Yeah, is that the same? Yeah.
I was like, 3 months of planning for seducing one person. Didn't they get married? I don't know.
I hope so. I hope that story has a happy ending.
Honestly, I wish I'd started ESO on console.
Just for the mad people.
I think I'd have flourished, prospered. I'm just fucking. Yeah. I messaged him 30 minutes ago. He said, okay. He joined the server.
Okay.
So.
Fashionably late. Nyce usually never flakes. Usually never. That's an interesting phrase, isn't it? If you're going to flake for anyone, you'd flake for Nephis and Olibo, though, I feel.
Easy.
You just haven't seen him all the time.
KLIs.
5k. That's quite a lot of points. That's like hour or something, isn't it?
I'm gonna turn that off. Podcast. Where even is it? Oh, here it is. Yes, it's true.
Elias did have loads of points on my channel, but he spent them all on like squirrel noises. Damn, I've nearly got 20k. Has anyone ever bought the end stream one? Surely that's impossible. Or even Sing for Us for 1 million.
What is how much? How much is in the stream?
100 million.
Yeah, that was it.
That's a lot of gift subs. Becca could buy Sing for Us. Oh, brilliant. Kurja made me write a song for that charity drive thing, and it is the worst thing anyone's ever heard, I reckon. I mean, I can't sing anyway, but then we put auto-tune on it, and I think it sounds worse with the auto-tune. You know, we could do it. We could do a duet, you and I, Nefis. We could do like Islands in the Stream or something. You can dress up in your cowboy outfit. I'll dress up as Dolly.
True.
Oh, so the giveaway thing. The hard mode Twitter channel won one of my ESO codes. It's probably the least good one. You did win one.
Did we?
Yeah, you won the dragon frog thing. That I think was like a. It was either like a login reward or a Twitch ESO live reward or something.
It's time to pass it on.
I don't know, maybe Becca doesn't have it, I don't know. Well.
Oh. How's Overwatch 2? Almost done with the Overwatch League.
I'm sorry. All right. My bad. I'll take care of the kids really quick. Make sure they won't be interrupting too much.
No, you good.
That's alright.
I'll get my video going here in a second.
Let's see. We also put this up. No, I don't have the names wrong. You'll see, Jessica.
One
You'll
second.
see. I'm like 3 steps ahead.
Hmm. And I think when the camera turns on, it like adjusts the
3 seconds
Order.
ahead. Or 3 steps ahead.
3 seconds.
Oh, 3 seconds.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Streamer privilege.
Wow, Becca, fan service.
What the fuck?
What the?
What a terrible day to have eyes.
It's time to snip that for posterity.
All right, there we go.
Look at that, Jessica. Hello,
Wow.
hello.
It works. Wow.
Easy.
Is it cold where you are? Where is
It is not. It is not.
the cold reaches of Skyrim?
Okay. Just give me like 30 seconds and then we're good to go.
You know what though? Sometimes when it's hot, if you play like Skyrim or something where it's set in a cold place, you do sort of feel better.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm role playing that it's not hot as hell outside.
Yeah. And in the winter, I play like Tropico, stuff like that. Ooh, nice, lovely summer getaway.
We're still starting at 3.
PM Eastern?
Wasn't that like 20 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Oh, I am sorry. I thought we were doing. I don't know why I thought it was 3 Central. So
Oh,
my bad.
I thought it was
That's
Eastern.
completely my fault.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think yeah, you're right. I think you're right. Yeah. My fault.
No, you're good. I was kind of thinking in the back of my mind, maybe he thought it was a different time zone. Even though
Yeah.
it's whatever.
Nobody ever translates it into Europe time either. So I'm just like,
They need to
I
make
have to
that
be here
Discord
for 3
thing.
days.
You know, the thing that all
Yeah,
converts
yeah.
to time. I need to figure out how to do
Yeah.
that, and they need to make it more convenient to use.
In Discord, yeah.
yeah, it should be like integrated. That'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
No, I am communicating time zones. Literally. Come on, guys. What, really? I always say US Eastern or something. Yeah, I said 3 p.m. US Eastern. Damn, Jessica. Okay, so I'm good to go if you guys are good to go. I'm excited.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. All right, everybody, welcome to the 42nd episode of the ESOU podcast with Olivo, and today's special guest we're featuring Nyce. Or is it Nice? Nyce Gaming. Yeah, welcome in. Thanks so much for your time, Nyce. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you for having me. Really appreciate you guys thinking of me and reaching out. Nyce Gaming, YouTube, Twitch, a part of the ESO community, a couple other communities, and just excited to be here today. I like what you guys do, and yeah, excited to have some good conversations.
Perfect. You know, there's, I think, a lot of things to talk about that I want to talk to you about, actually. About things that are also ES related, but also Ash's creation. Because, you know, it is now becoming more and more reality as they release a lot more development updates than ever before. We are approaching the 3rd quarter here, which is Alpha 2, which I'm also planning to get into. But yeah, right now, while you're waiting for Ash's creation, are you going to be playing ESO?
Yeah, so that's what I've pretty much been doing. It's pretty much treating everything like an Ashes of Creation waiting room, if you will. So basically, like, still playing ESO. I still play ESO maybe twice a week. Really enjoying it. I'm looking forward to the Gold Road chapter coming up. Yeah, that's pretty much all. I've just been maining Albion online, surprisingly.
Oh, okay.
ESO,
Classic.
and just waiting for Ashes. But yeah, I think ESO is gonna be that thing to kind of pass time, and not that it's just a time passer. I think we all love the game, right? So I think that'll make it easier. I did think I thought New World was going to do that for me, and then those devs just kind of, I don't know what happened with that, but yeah. Other than that, yeah, just pretty much gaming until Ashes. As far as content goes, I have shifted more towards AOC stuff. I plan on doing some more ESO stuff this next chapter. I actually plan on doing my first ESO review, like encompassing of that, because I see a lot of content creators kind of delve into ESO, like whether they get paid to or something like that. And I feel like us, like you, anybody else that's been around for a while, haven't really given different POV. Or I should rather say, I feel like we can give a different perspective than someone that just dives in, oh yeah, I like ESO, and then you listen to their review and it's like, or rather you look at their background footage, you're like, we're playing two different games. Like,
Right.
So I think that'll be a fun perspective. So yeah, I will be dabbling into some other content until AOC comes out. Yeah.
Okay. How about Elden Ring?
Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Oh man.
The DLC is also the same month. This month.
I know. What is that timing?
It's crazy.
It's like we go from nothing to everything. Oh, just cram it all in this 1 month. And yeah, like I did a lot of Elden Ring. Matter of fact, I think I doubled my subs when Elden Ring came out. Like it was big, and I love that game. And this time around, like, do I just jump back into it, do content for it? Because I'm gonna play. I'm like, do I want to do content for it again? Because I still play it. I've been playing it on PC. It's just like, do I want to do that again? And it's very tempting because it's a fun game, and I'm like an Elden Ring. Like I will sit, like if I got a long drive for work or something, I will sit there in the car with the lore playlist just playing. With, just set the ambiance, and I'm just, oh man, I love me some Elden Ring lore. So I'm tempted. I'm very tempted. So between Gold Road and the Shadow of the Earth Tree this month, I think we're going to be very well taken care of. Yeah.
Before we get started in those kind of topics, I kind of want to ask you, how did you, I guess, start out as both a content creator or ESO player, or even the gamer, I suppose?
Oh yeah, great question. So I had my YouTube channel literally is just a means to share clips for friends. Like, hey, look at this cool moment, or hey guys, I clipped that fight for us that we got last night, and I'll post it on YouTube and send them the link via message, and then eventually one of those clips, I think Christopher, Top 5 PvP, got a hold of one of them, and I was like, oh, people like watching this stuff? Okay, let me start taking this more serious. And I don't know, I just started having fun, and then I started streaming, and I realized that I really, really love streaming. And yeah, and beyond that is history. I just really try to carve out myself in this space, and yeah, I just love ESO PvP. I really do. And that's where I got my start. I guess is the short version, but really is just it's just something about outnumbered PvP or fighting against the odds that I really just like. And I don't know, it's like one of those thrill factors. And not a lot of MMOs allow you to do such a thing. So ESO is like, it probably ties back into their single player focus, right? Where like one person can do everything, or you can be the hero, you can overcome the odds, if you will. So, but yeah, that's pretty much that, and just focused on ESO content. Elden Ring came out, dived into that. New World, once they did their Brimstone Sands expansion, I jumped into it with the fresh start servers, had fun there, and then yeah, ESO has always been that home.
Would you still say, on the topic of 1vxing, that it's still plausible or possible, like now compared to like years ago?
Oh man, oh no, it gets harder and harder each patch.
Yeah,
each patch, everything just goes against it. Like some clips I had, like I've posted some clips publicly this previous patch, and then I have some videos exclusive to members. And I went and looked at them the other day actually, and I was like, you know what? None of these are 1vx. The most I've gotten was a 1v4. And I didn't even public that video because the competition was, I mean, to be polite, it wasn't worth posting, long story short.
Right.
But I was like, all the great fights that I've got, like 2v12, 2v6, all of it, it's 2v something. It's not 1v whatever, because it's just like, you're not getting away with that these days. So, yeah, it's definitely a lot harder. I think it's going to get harder next patch even more. Have you seen the things about the damage mitigation and stuff like that?
Yes.
Calculations being adjusted.
Yeah.
So between that, scribing, adding like a lot of oblivion damage, and you factor in a lot of tools that's already in the game, such as War Chief, Snake in the Stars, and there's a couple things, like I said, with scribing, I think is also gonna go against that. So yeah.
You know, speaking of scribing, Ollie, I don't know if you saw it on Twitter, Nyce's hot take about how scribing. Yeah,
I like this guy. He does his research.
All right. You know, his hot take was basically is scribing pay to win? What do you think, Ollie?
I mean, it's hard to say.
I'm just tossing that out there
like
without context. I want to see what Ollie thinks, actually.
I mean, I don't think it's pay to win necessarily. I feel like it's pay to make things a little bit easier and to have more free choice in what class you play.
Okay.
Like all the abilities and stuff, that's kind of already there as long as you're on the right class for it and you set up for it. But it's not bringing anything new, so to say. But it just makes things a bit easier. But you know, I'm it's up for debate, I guess. Go on, Nyce.
All right. So first off, you're just wrong, and I don't know. I'm not ready to bounce.
That's fine.
But no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No. So I totally get that take. I really do. Where do I start with this? So yeah, I made that tweet, and a lot of people were telling me that it's horizontal progress. So first, let me address the pay to win thing. Pay to win may be a stretch, and that was me asking the question, like, is this pay to win? It's more so like this. Oh, I love that you said that. Okay, so I was like, is this pay to win? Like, is this content something that we should literally be hiding behind a chapter purchase? So you're talking to me. I never purchased the previous chapter, Necrom, that came with the Arcanist and whatnot. I didn't feel like I need to. I wasn't interested in Arcanist class. Still haven't played it to this day. And I felt like I had the option of not purchasing this chapter. Now, there was previous chapters where you had to pay for it. Jewelry crafting, Sigic skill line, stuff that you felt mandatory to progress with the game. And it's not unheard of for MMOs to lock big progression things behind chapters. And I just felt it was weird that ESO keeps doing this, even with the ESO Plus subscription. Like, you would think some of this would be included in the ESO Plus. But if you're playing an MMO, you're going to buy that chapter anyway, right? You're going to buy it. You're investing all your time into this. It's not that big of a deal. Pay to win, everyone has a different definition of pay to win, and there's different levels to it.
Right.
Am I saying ESO is going Throne and Liberty, Korean MMO like style, like, oh, you buy this skill line, you're going to beat someone that doesn't have it? I don't think it's that black and white. So I don't want to be hyperbolic when I say that. However, the argument that a lot of people pitched to me was horizontal progression, and I'd like to get back into that. I don't think it's horizontal progression. And mind you, I posted that before the PTS cycle. That is not horizontal progression. I will debate that with anybody. Scribing, and I like what Ali said there. He said it adds just alternate options. That's what people were telling me, like alternate options. Like the Necromancer kit, I don't think no one will debate is horrible. It's lacking. And so yeah, the class doesn't even have a source of major brutality. You can add brutality to a shield throw. You can get it that way. And I don't think that's how you should go about balancing classes. But what I mean to say is there are some things in scribing that are literally gonna be game changers. They're gonna be looked at as pay to win. And the fact that this is the biggest feature that ESO has ever introduced, and the fact that it's behind a paywall is disheartening, in my opinion. And just looking at some of the oblivion damage, there is a AoE ranged knockback. You mean tell me that's not going to be very useful in our castle siege? And then I'm looking at stuff that ball groups are going to use. I'm just looking at things. I'm just looking at the bigger picture. I'm not saying that if I don't buy the chapter, I'm not saying that if I do buy the chapter, I'm not saying I 100% beat someone that didn't buy it, right? They could just be a better player than me. They could still make use out of the base game skills. So it's not that cutthroat, black and white. So there's room there. But to say that it doesn't provide an advantage, and I'm not even going to get into the PvE. you guys are more experts on PvE than I am, but I know enough to know that some things are going to make PvE a lot easier and more convenient with certain classes. But I can rant about this all day, as you can tell. I mean,
we can rant. We can rant.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Well, shoot, don't let me stop then. Okay, let's get started.
So, keep going.
So, like, I think ZeniMax has done a good job of attempting to balance the classes as of lately. I know I'm going to get some flack for that. For the most part, I mean, like, just except for the Necromancer and maybe the Templar, but I mean this in terms of fulfilling their roles in a PvE environment. The Necromancer tank, we saw them get, is it the Beckoning armor morph? Yeah, instead of Summoner's armor, you take Beckoning armor. It's a pull. They added a taunt to that. That's a big deal. That makes Necromancer tanks even more viable outside of just the major vulnerability that they provide with Colossus, the Res Alt, whatever. Little steps like that in the right direction. It doesn't have the DK's tank pull, like the chain pull from the Ardent Flame skill line or whatever. I forgot what it's called. And other things like that. Sork tank's going to be more viable because of scribing. So now, okay, I just told you how Necromancer got an improvement. What has Sork tank really got, you know? What has it really got? It doesn't really have a pull in its kit. Now you can buy that with scribing. You can buy something similar like that with scribing. There's a lot of skills in scribing I think are going to be game changers for PvE. There was some status effect stuff that I could have sworn I saw that I think is going to be really good in Infinite Archive. I could be remembering that wrong, but and I'll conclude by saying this from a PvP standpoint. There's access to debuffs and everything like that I think are literally like it's black and white. Like it's I put it this way, I don't even think there's a debate around it. There's some debuffs on certain skills. There's oblivion damage. There's this and that to the point where you're literally at a disadvantage. You're literally at a disadvantage in a PvP environment if someone has access to scribing versus someone not. You're not guaranteed to win. I'll keep saying that because I don't want to be misquoted, but there is undoubtedly a disadvantage. Even with the skills I played with on the PTS, I did a 4-hour stream just going through everything, and I'm just like, y'all see this, right? This is not horizontal progression. Yeah, like y'all see that. Like you can argue it's not pay to win. I'll listen to you. I'll believe. I'll even let you convince me, or we can just agree to disagree, or you can say it's 50-50. It's not really pay to win. Maybe it is, but maybe not. One thing you're not going to convince me of, and I will debate. I will do a freaking 20 video thesis on how it's not horizontal progression, though. Okay. I'll tell you that. You're not going to convince me it's horizontal progression. No offense. That's just not a. That's not even.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, there is a lot to tackle on here with scribing and the concept of pay to win. Well, so many layers, actually. I guess the first layer, like you said earlier, was how do you define pay to win? What the fuck are you really winning in ESO? You know, if you kill a person in a duel or BGs, or you kill a boss a little, 5 seconds faster. And I feel like that's kind of looking at it from the system perspective, but at an individual perspective, from a player perspective, when you are dueling someone, when you are trying to beat another team's record or something, that is your definition of a win, right? So if I lose to you and I didn't have scribing, but you did, I would look at that absolutely as a pay to win scenario. Now, how much advantage do you get from scribing? Well, that's kind of debatable, but like you said, I do think that there is not horizontal progression in the sense that it's completely flat. I'm sure there's going to be some skills, probably a good amount of skills that will help people quite a bit in both PvP and PvE scenarios, to the point, right now I have a lot of people who are healers eyeing 1 or 2 skills, saying, oh, I'm going to definitely use that next patch. Why are you going to use that? Because it offers them an advantage. It gives them more power. That's simply put. It will make things easier. So yeah, that is vertical progression. They do market it as horizontal progression. And we did manage to talk to Kira, the project lead for scribing. She talked a lot about how it was very hard to balance it in relation to class identities, and also, of course, the combat battling itself. And when she was talking, I just got this sense you kind of fucked if you do. You kind of fucked if you don't. Really, I mean,
fair.
It's hard. It's very hard. And also on the topic of locking it behind a paywall, I 100% agree with you. I don't like that they paywalled jewelry crafting, Sijic. I don't like the fact that they paywalled what was that? Necromancer.
The classes.
Necromancer, Warden.
Yeah.
I get that. Like from a business perspective, I truly do understand that, because if, let's say, they made scribing base game available or jewelry crafting available, what incentive do people have to buy the chapter? Or do we look at it from a pricing perspective where maybe they can price the chapters lower at a lower price? Instead of $40, it could be $20. But then again, I think in numbers perspective, they are okay with the $40 charge and okay with paywalling some of these features, which I definitely do strongly think should be base game. I think
That's a great take.
I think it's kind of messed up in some ways.
You know, I don't got to remind you about. Now cover your ears. This is like saying Voldemort in the ESO community, especially for PvE. But I'm going to say it.
All right.
Update 35.
Yeah.
Remember those dark times?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Where a lot of people were exiting the game. They didn't like the changes that came with it. I firmly believe that a card game would not have sold that chapter. I wouldn't have bought the chapter. You know why I bought the chapter? The mythics that came with it, and Oaken Soul was released in a state where I believe they know that was too much, but they had to sell the chapter where it was the major buffs. Like it was.
Right.
I was like, all right, I see what you're doing, but I gotta buy it. I can't not buy that. I mean, that looks pretty fun. Would you think that they could sell this next chapter with the normal artifacts? I said artifacts, the mythics that come with this chapter, and what if they sold the, which I think they are, but you know the skill recoloring thing that they have upcoming?
Yeah, styling.
What if that was completely paywalled behind the chapter and they had a lot of them? I mean, like every skill had different colors, but the scribing was base game. I don't think it would sell as much, but I think people would buy that.
I think
personally.
Yeah, for sure. I think ethically it would be better. And I think it could be argued that, hey, maybe people will buy it anyway. Because when we look at other MMOs, a lot of the microtransactions are cosmetic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, man. I am ashamed to say how much I've spent on ESO cosmetics.
How much?
I need to seek help. Cosmetics and race changes. My PlayStation account, matter of fact, on there, I know there's people worse than me, but one day I sat and I just did a rough estimate. I was like, man, I wonder if I'm between 800 and 1,000. But my characters look so cool. You should have seen them. You should have seen them. I'm sure Housing Man's got me beat, but my character cosmetics are super important just for role play purposes. Like, it just makes you play better in PvP. You can't beat someone ass and not look cool. I mean, what? Like, what me do? Wear a polymorph? I want to circle back to what you had said with the how you're talking with healers for next patch and describing. You reminded me that I was looking at a skill on the PTS, and there is a Fighters Guild scribable skill. And while the torch, that's what it was. And
that's
35% mitigate, bro. 35% mitigation while channeling it. I want people to understand what 35% mitigation is in reference for ESO. Like, old school major protection was 30%, and they nerfed that down to 10%. The only source of that much mitigation in this game, 30%, is the deliberation passive under the Psijic skill line, which is only really usable if you're using meditate. That's 30% mitigation. And you're going to give me this while I'm channeling a damage ability or a heal, because you can scribe that to a heal.
Or a debuff.
It's an a debuff, AoE, or AoE heal.
Yeah.
So you're going to give me 35% mitigation for 2 seconds while I'm healing people. And TTK is already very high. And by the way, for slotting the Fighter's Guild ability, I'm going to get a little bit more weapon and spell damage, just a little bit to help with that healing. Like, that's insane. That to me doesn't make sense. I will say this. They know how to sell a chapter, because my gosh, they know how to sell a chapter. And,
They kind of have to, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing we worry about is, do you have to buy the chapter to remain competitive in ESO?
Yes.
And the answer to this is probably yes, but I think it's been yes for every chapter that's ever come out.
Ooh, yeah.
So I'm, as much as we might want it to be different, I feel like maybe we're not surprised.
No.
And I mean, from a business standpoint, like, they know how to sell a chapter, and I don't think things are going to change. But will it stop us from playing the game? Probably not. Yeah, I mean, all these skills will come out in ESO Plus the next year, I guess. But can we play the next year of ESO without it and still enjoy the game?
Yeah, it's like I think Nephis was saying earlier, in a sense that it depends on what you're doing or what competitive is to you. Like, because right now, obviously, you guys are doing the trials right now with the current gear and the current patch, so you can still do that trial next patch without scribing. All right, now if you're trying to get on that leaderboard, if you're trying to break records, if you're trying to be efficient, you kind of, if you want to remain progressive, if you want to be that server first, if you want to, like I said, be on that leaderboard, then yeah, you got to buy scribing. And I think just by that definition, if someone in chat right now is on the line like, it's still horizontal progression, just ask them that question, like, okay, do you believe that a trial ran by someone next patch with current gear, current skills, everything like that, can outdo another group that did buy scribing next patch? And we're obviously in this scenario going to assume same skills and setups, whatever. I don't know, and I think the answer to that tells you that it's not horizontal progression, because I don't think no one would say yes to that. Like, can they both do it? Yeah, but do you think you're going to do it faster than the group that has access to scribing? And it's a double-edged sword, because if it was the case, then why would people buy the chapter?
Exactly.
So it's like, you can't. So now I really do have more sympathy for the devs, as you said that, Nephis. That's a really good point. It's like, damn if you do, damn if you don't.
A lot of people were worried, actually, very interestingly, before the chapter review or before April, whether it was going to be like a gimmick or if it was going to be actually good. I think a lot more people did want it to be useless than people who wanted it to be like a more pay-to-win thing. If that makes sense. I get that. Like, why would you pay for something that's a gimmick or something that's not useful? So, yeah. But I think it's further progression for sure. Yeah. I mean, if we had to compare it to a different chapters feature, how about jewelry or even Clockwork City DLC for transmutes, right? What if people couldn't put transmute stations inside their houses for you to use? Well, you need Clockwork City DLC. Well, why do you need it? Well, you need to transmute your jewelry traits to Bloodthirsty, right? That's like undoubtedly, no one's gonna say Bloodthirsty doesn't help. So it's like,
no, bro, you're fine with healthy and arcane.
Right,
you got this.
Exactly. So
it's queue up, bro.
But I don't know. I don't know. I think it's pay to win for sure, even at a system level. If we're talking about like we joke about it all the time. Like, what the fuck do you win in ESO? Like, do you win money or do you win like prestige? Even getting on the leaderboard at number 267? No, I mean, you get the same shit as number 1, right? But I think at the end of the day, you can definitely 100% say it's pay to win. This kind of system, anyway. Not Tales of Tribute. Tales of Tribute was not, pay to win. If that makes sense in regards to combat. That's a different system in itself, I think.
I mean, although I suppose you could call it pay to win, but I don't think it's so pay to win that it's going to cause like outrage. I feel like it's a kind of medium pay to win. It's a diagonal progression, let's say.
Diagonal.
A bit
I
horizontal.
love that compromise.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get that.
Can we just start saying that now?
Diagonal progression. I get that. It's like a midway point. But Ollie, I think it will cause. I think it'll upset more things in PvP than PvE 100%. Like PvE, really? Like, I mean, I'm looking at it
compared to previous patches.
100%.
Previous chapters.
Yeah, PvE, I think it's a lot of the scribable skills will be utility or support based, which will help DPS go up a little bit or help survivability of the group. But for PvP, I think it's even more unpredictable.
That's a good point. Like, when you're fighting against NPCs, those NPCs aren't going to be complaining like, hey, you're hitting me a little harder than you did last match, buddy. Like, you're not getting hate mail from Moloch Ball, right? So in that sense, not too many PvEers going to complain. And if you're doing end-game trials and whatnot, you're buying the new chapter, you're getting scribing. You're going to find a way to optimize that in your group. PvP, I think you're right. That's where you feel like you're at a disadvantage. If I go into Cyrodiil next week and some guy hits me with a trample horse for 9k that I don't have access to, using the little stick mount, and it's on my recap, I'm gonna be like, "You pay to win, bastard! I hate you! Like, oh, you pay to win, scrub! Take your scribing skills off and duel me!" Like, so I do feel like the animosity is I feel like more people are definitely gonna be upset. I don't see too many PvE focused people complaining about that. So yeah, I think you're right. Now, do you think, why doesn't this have more of a conversation around it? Because, and I don't want to toot my own horn, I'm literally not on ESO Twitter, forums, etc. all day, so you guys will know better than me. I haven't seen anybody but myself bring this topic up, and I haven't seen the larger MMO community like bring this up. I haven't seen an article on it addressing how it adds a next level or a potential diagonal progression. I have not seen this conversation even, I guess, occur, besides what we're having right now, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to guess, I would say that the people who are interested in the game are going to be buying the chapter no matter what, so the like pay to win doesn't matter to them because they're not paying necessarily, like it's an expected cost. And then the people that aren't going to be buying the chapter or don't buy the chapters are probably not interested enough to have an opinion potentially. So I think there's going to be like a very sort of narrow gap of people that are on the fence with the chapter that are invested enough to be thinking about it.
Yeah.
From a consumer perspective, I think most people are used to this now at this point. It's been 7 years since Morrowind. It's the same system of chapter purchases and chapter futures. So people have come to expect this. Like you said, I don't think it's a surprise to anyone. If this was the first chapter ever for ESO that introduced a feature like this, I think there would be more uproar, 100%. Like, why isn't this base game? Why is this behind the paywall? But it's been 7 years, so people are used to it, and people do tend to be myopic anyway. So, yeah, I think also from a large picture perspective, there was something Matt Fearer, the studio director, said in Amsterdam. I forget if he also said it during. I don't think he said it during the live presentation. Maybe he did. I think he said it on both days. So there was a press event in the event day after that, and he said, "Hey, the ESO has made almost $2 billion in revenue since 2014."
That was on the live stream as well on the first day.
Yeah, but what I don't remember if he said it on both days is what he said after. He said, "We know we're not mainstream, or we're not as prominent or as mainstream as other MMOs or games out there. So, when I do see articles or news sites covering ESO, they don't know enough about ESO to talk about the topics that the community in ESO talks about. So, like, some random journalist is not gonna know why we're having a conversation about why scribing is pay to win. There are a couple journalists who do know, because they also play ESO, and I respect them a lot because they do ask really important questions from time to time with the devs or the creative director. But it's not, ESO has not had a big cultural impact beyond the CGI trailers. Because if you go to TikTok or YouTube Shorts, you will see a lot of the ESO CGI trailers being used with people's music or memes. Those are super popular, but the game itself is not super popular, even to this day.
You went with that where I wanted you to go with that. I love it. As I branched out or attempted to branch out from ESO, I've noticed that. And that's why I was posing that question. Like, why isn't there more of an outrage? I just think ESO doesn't have that reach. I mean, personally, I think it deserves it. I want to go ahead and preface it by saying that I think it deserves it. It's kind of baffling that it doesn't. I see a lot of complaints about the combat because most MMOs are your traditional tab target, right? I guess maybe that's a little bit of it, but it's so weird that ESO is never brought up in the conversation, or it's never really had those big, even when there is a controversy and when I say controversy, I mean controversy to us in the ESO community, our little niche that knows about this. It's never really, like you said, covered by those mainstream MMO journalists or whatever. So that's something I've noticed. It's just like ESO's just the meme, and it's always been. It's weird. 10 years, constant updates. What was that quote one of them said recently about it having like 11 single player games or being the equivalent of 10 single player games?
Yeah. The equivalent of like 10 Skyrims or something.
That may be hyperbolic, but that's something similar to what I tell people. Like if I'm streaming ESO and someone comes to my stream, I'm like, dude, I zoom out. I always do the same thing. I zoom out. I show them the map. And I'm like, dude, each of these zones are filled with dungeons, delves, overland story quests, overland bosses. Now that's just one zone. Let me zoom out. Here's another zone. Here's another zone. Like there's so much content in ESO. Like I envy someone that starts today, especially if you're just a pure PvE enjoyer and you just want to go explore. You just want to do the open world. That is it. Infinite's obviously hyperbolic, but it's like infinite hours. Like there's so much content, dude. So they do have a lot of content, and it's crazy that I don't know, because of that alone, I feel like they should be in that conversation. But I don't know. To me, I'm wondering if that's why the conversation really isn't happening, is because it's never really in that conversation.
Yeah, I like how you brought that up, because it's a little puzzling to me when I look at ESO compared to other MMOs or other games. I think when we look at games like Destiny 2, I am a bit intimidated by Destiny 2 because there's a lot of pay gates.
Yeah.
Like you have to buy a lot of shit to really catch up and get into Destiny 2. And it's of course a sequel, so like story-wise you might get lost. And they've also like walled out content over the years just to save space in the game. But when I look at ESO, it's like, well, the monetization model isn't too egregious, not too bad. I mean, you could pay for a month of ESO Plus and have everything except the newest chapter, and that to me is like, oh, that's convenient, and you get a crap bag. Oh, that's convenient. So it's interesting. But I also think the amount of content is also something that intimidates people, because I get a lot of people from time to time who come by, and I'm sure I'm going to see the same question this coming week. Is it too late for me to get into ESO? Because there's so much already. It's like, well, why bother? You know?
Yeah.
But I think the true challenge
the content's irrelevant.
Right.
Like some of the content is irrelevant. It really is. But it's there for if you want to do it.
Right.
If you want to, if you get ESO today and you run around Deshaun and Stonefalls for your first 12 hours, not realizing that, okay, this is really old content. The gear you get from here is probably not super relevant, but those quests are still there. The delves are still there. The story is still there. It's there. I don't think ESO does a good job of keeping old content relevant. That's another little hot take I have, but I do think the mere fact that it is there is something good. But like you said, it could be looked at as intimidating. I, for one, will never try World of Warcraft, probably.
Why not?
Really?
20 years. 20 years. There's so much I missed.
Sure.
I thought about jumping on WoW Classic, but I'm like 20 years in, I'm going to jump into this, and I've missed so many updates, so much of the story, and then I'm just expected to just... That to me is when I start like, okay, that is intimidating. So I get that question that someone might pose to you. So yeah, I don't know. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot knowing that the game's been around for a while.
Yeah. One thing I would say about ESO that does it really well is the ESO Plus system. You get access to pretty much everything you need, including all the chapters. Like you don't have to go and buy those individual DLCs. So it's still quite accessible, I think, to jump in. Like even if you just want to buy like a month of it and try it, and you'll have access to absolutely everything. I think it's one of the most accessible out of those older MMOs that are 5-10 years plus.
A new player, I had to give a shout out to ZeniMax. I don't think I haven't played every ever MMO, but new player experience, especially if you're a solo player, you just jump in, you don't got a friend to jump in with you. I mean, I don't know too many that would do it better than ESO. Don't get me wrong, I have my complaints about ZeniMax. you won't catch me being accused of a fanboy, but one thing I will compliment is how they constantly provide PvE with content and how they have a massive world. And I'm not just saying that because they sent me a copy of Gold Road. Disclaimer. I had to
sponsor stream.
I think onboarding is not a huge issue for new players, but retaining them is a much more serious problem for ZeniMax.
Here, 1 second.
Okay. Like Ollie, I think, well, I guess we'll continue when it's back, but I was gonna say, like, retaining people is such a different story than onboarding people. Like, yeah, you can get people to buy shit, you can get people to, you know, do a month of ESO Plus or play in a zone or two, but what's really keeping them here? You know?
Yeah.
All right, my bad. I'm back.
You're welcome back.
Worries, yeah.
Well, I was just saying, like, retaining is such a different story from onboarding people. Because, like, yeah, you can get people to buy shit, but can you make them stay? And then, unfortunately, I think ESO is not very good at that.
And I think the way that they retain players has changed over the years.
Well, it's
they've
seasonal.
Probably got, it's seasonal, yeah. But I think they've got better at retaining the sort of casual. I mean, I hate the word casual really because it's not very descriptive. But the less frequent players, they've probably got better at keeping them in. But the like people that want to play every day,
Yeah.
I don't know whether there's quite the same draw as there used to be because the things that those players want are different. Like we want, competitive PvE, we want individual character achievements and stuff. Things like this have made me play less ESO now than I did maybe 5 years ago. But the players that just sort of hop in every now and again, they've got so many things to do now. Card games and whatever.
Sure.
Billions of zones.
They essentially wanted this because back in E3 2017, Matt said something about they want to focus more on the seasonal players or people who come back every few months, rather as opposed to players playing for a year or two straight. So
that's a weird business decision.
Well, it makes sense.
They know more than me, I'm sure, but
well, no, it's a good business decision if you want to make money. Right?
Oh well, yeah, true.
Because okay,
less load on the servers.
Well, let's think about this. As an experienced player, are you aware that you can buy someone's crowns for gold? Right? What about a new player? Do they know that? Do they know how to trade crowns for gold? No, probably not. And
they're buying vamp bites in the crown store. Oh no.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why a lot of pricing systems for games nowadays are the way they are. They've studied the consumers, so they're like, okay, we can get more money out of these people who are occasional players or seasonal players. You're more likely to buy things when you come back, if that makes sense.
Yeah, people that log in, you would think that they make you the most money, but yeah, you're right. It's the people that should dive in and realize, like, oh, I got to buy this. Oh, that's a cool cosmetic they just flashed on my screen as I logged in. Let me go ahead and just whip out the credit card instead of, using this gold I have. This kind of circles back to that conversation. I think it was last year.
Vampire bites.
People were saying, yeah, you knew where I was going with it. Yeah,
I knew you were bringing it up. Yeah, exactly.
Same situation.
Exactly. I remember Rich getting a lot of flack for that one because people kept bringing it up, and it was like when he was streaming, I think it was 2021. Yeah, it was 2021. Remember, Rich Lambert, he streamed a lot, and people would ask him questions. It was like a gold mine of dev information.
Yeah,
which got a little ruined, unfortunately. But
yeah,
like people brought that up, and he's like, they were like, aren't the vamp and werewolf bites in Crown Store like misleading or tricks people? And he said no, and he got a lot of flack for that. But I think it does.
Yeah.
There's
no point. And if they're going to be in the store, because your convenience. See, I would think like, okay, if you want to minimize the amount, no, because you don't even got to interact with another player to do that. You just need to use your gold, which is like less than 1,000 gold, which is, I mean, that's obtainable an ESO by just selling trash, you know, like literally trash to merchants, treasures and whatnot. So the fact that it's even in the Crown Store sucks, but if they're gonna keep it there for players' convenience, maybe you're the one guy out in Cyrodiil and you realize you're in a keep and you're like, holy crap, there's a lot of dragonites around here. I don't want to be a vampire anymore. Like, what can I do? I don't want to travel back to town. Oh, there's a vampire cure. I'll just do that right here in the middle of the siege. If you're the one guy in that scenario, even then it's kind of overpriced. Like the gold to crown ratio for it being 1,000 gold normally. And it's like, I don't know the amount of crowns. I just know it's too much. That it needs to be like a 200 crown item in the store. I think that would compromise it for a lot of players.
True story. I used to know this player. Like he's a boomer. I don't know if he's still around. And he told me straight up, yeah, I buy potions from the Crown Store. I'm like, why? He's like, because I can, and also, like, what if I'm, you know, and he told me one time that he was in Cyrodiil, PvPing, and he ran out of potions. And he bought the potions.
Wow.
So, there is a demographic.
There's a market for everybody.
There is a market.
But that's when you go and claim a lumber mill for your trade guild and buy some potion. Yeah, you know?
I got a story too, and it pissed me off. I got not legit mad at the person, but I was appalled. I was offended as a fellow consumer. We're in a group. It's 3 of us. We're trying to fight this Zerg. It's like 3v10. It doesn't work out well for us, but us 2 die. He's a Nightblade, so he sneaks away doing Nightblade things. And they're doing that thing that a lot of excuse my language Zerglings do, and they're camping our bodies. They're like, nope, can't risk this one guy getting up. He'll turn the tides of the war. Can't let Nyce Gaming get up. So they're babysitting our body. Eventually, I kid you not, they babysit our bodies for so long. Midfield, not an objective. They eventually go about their day, and so he's like, all right, I got you guys, because we didn't have nothing. We would have had to spawn at the gate to get back to this part of the map. Anyways. They all leave, and he goes to res us. Tell me why this guy has no soul gems on him.
Fuck.
And he's like, I don't have soul gems. Are you serious? I'm like, are you seriously? Seriously? Like, really? Soul gems? That's what you don't have soul gems. All right. And then I was like, all right, I guess we'll go ahead and port. Just wait for us here. And he's like, wait, hold on. And in my mind, I'm like, why would I hold on? Where are you gonna get soul gems from? I'm thinking he messaged his guild. Someone mailed me soul gems. I'm thinking he did something like that. I'm thinking that's what he's saying. Hold on for. I was like, I'd rather wait 2 minutes for his guild to send him that than to ride way across from my gate, right?
Right.
So about 2 minutes go by, and he's like, all right, I got you. He goes over to me, and he reses my friend. I'm like, so awesome. That saved us a lot of time. That was close. What'd you do? He's like, oh, I just got them from the Crown Store. I was pissed. I didn't. That resurrection felt so dirty. Those gems felt so tainted. I was appalled. I was like, oh no, you did not encourage that behavior. They're gonna look at that in their marketing report. They're gonna be like, oh, here's how many people bought the soul. Like, you're not. Yeah, like, why did you do? It pissed me off. I'd never been so pissed to be rezzed in this game than I was at that moment.
Yeah. No, I've been in that situation, but you can sometimes get soul gems from rewards for the worthy. They're sometimes in those boxes.
Well, how the hell do you run out of soul
I assumed
gems,
he did
really?
something like that.
Like you kind of know. Right? Does anyone else not look at their inventory occasionally? You know, like make sure you have everything.
Or have an add-on to automatically pull out the bank for you. Or, yeah. Jeez.
Buying soul gems is that should be bannable actually.
Yeah.
There's a
I should put that in the Crown Store just as like a bait. Like, oh, you need some time away from the game. You out here buying soul gems. A forced ban. Like, go outside.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I've done that on PTS because, like, you know, you make a character and you're like, oh shit, I've not got any food, no potions. But then at least they're only 1 crown. If they were 1 crown on live, I think we'd be more forgiving. But yeah, it's not 1 crown. It's like 250 for 10 or something.
What,
if a vampire cure was 1 crown, I wouldn't complain about it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But yeah. Do we want to talk about anything ES related, or anything to vent about, or anything to talk about that you're looking forward to this coming week? I am a little worried about the performance. Server performance.
Really?
Well, there's So a few weeks ago, I saw some players reporting that there's like this sudden drop in performance, spike in lag. I thought nothing of it, and then as like the weeks went by, and this week, it became so much to the point that people were asking on the forums and people were asking on that Ask Us Anything Reddit thread by the developers, what's going on? And then Rich was like, oh, we're getting DDoS, but also there's other issues too. Now, tomorrow is the Gold Road chapter. And they're adding a new system in. It's launch day, and launch days for any live service game is very tricky, very finicky. Plus, you have a huge spike in population. I don't know if tomorrow... I'm hoping tomorrow goes great, but I don't know if they managed to figure out the server issues at this point.
Bad take, Nephis. Bad take.
What do you bad take?
You think?
Okay, so we're having performance issues right now. We're about to get a new chapter.
Sure.
So that basically the skills that we do have in Cyrodiil aren't really working well. So if they add like, I haven't done the math. How many more possible skill combinations is it?
4,000, they said there was like thousands. Yeah.
No, hold on. I have the exact number here somewhere.
Oh my I'm actually curious.
I have it written down somewhere. I also put it in the video when I was in Amsterdam. It was something.
What?
Hold on.
It's like hundreds of thousands, maybe.
Let's say for the sake of
it was like
argument,
6,000 or some shit.
Let's say 6,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we're having performance issues with the skills that we've had in this game for 10 years and we can't get those to work, and we add 10,000 more skills into the Cyrodiil environment, or hell, I saw people lagging in trials. Nephis, you're wrong, because if we add more skills, the game should be fine and better. So
okay.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I can't even sarcasm do that. Like, it's bad. It's gonna be bad. I'm not even gonna go into Cyrodiil, especially the first week. I'm scared. Like if the game can't, like, I've seen the server lag and then found the cause of the server lagging. Like there's been times I'm on stream and I typically have great performance, but like you, I've been seeing people complain like really bad stuttering. But I haven't been playing much lately, but I've been seeing it.
Rubber banding.
And whenever I do log in, it's fine, and then suddenly it'll get bad, and I'll go to a keep, and then I see 3 not ball groups, ball zergs, and you'll just look into the crowd, look at their buffs. There's one person can have 8 echoing vigors on them and 4 radiating regions, and they're just casting this. Even when they're not in combat, there's just a constant cycle of stacking hots and buffs. And I'm like, you guys really complain about this game not working, and look what you're doing. Like, really? And then and then they're gonna add 10,000 more skills. Like, bro, we can't even get the skills that we have to work, and you're gonna add 10. I don't understand how this is gonna work out well, especially if we're having issues before the Gold Road even gets here.
What really worries me is someone told me they were rubber banding and lagging in Imperial City, and I'm like, if you're lagging and rubber banding in Imperial City, I'm worried. Like, super worried, because that's IC, bro. IC's fucking empty.
Yeah.
Like,
you feel like you're playing offline when you're in IC. Like, oh, this is smooth. Yeah, one of my buddies streamed the other day in IC, and he was like, I'm like, how?
Yeah.
It's IC. But yeah, it worries me, man. It worries me.
Well, I mean, not to jinx it, but the last couple of chapter releases have been pretty smooth, and I feel like we haven't had that sort of terrible, extra maintenance. You know, you've had first maintenance, but what about second maintenance? We haven't had that for quite a few years. Fingers crossed.
There's no precedent for this, though.
PTS.
This is the biggest.
This is true. Yeah.
This is the biggest change and update in ESO history. I don't even say that reluctantly. Like, I will put my foot down. There has been no more game, like, as far as things that could potentially impact performance, nothing has been like this. It's unprecedented, and we need to be ready for whatever. As a matter of fact, I would even go as far as to say it's not a matter of if it's going to be bad performance or anything. What we got to do is just wonder how well ZeniMax will respond in correcting these issues, because I think they will. The game's just not going to be crap forever, I would imagine. Is it going to be 1 week? Are they going to figure out the issues in 3 days, and then it's going to be good to go in PvP, good to go through that trial without getting kicked out? I think that's the question to ask, is not if it's going to be bad, but how bad is it, and how long does it take ZeniMax to find the issue and fix it?
Yeah. I think that's true. Yep.
You said you wanted to talk about some Ash's stuff.
Yeah. If we're done talking about ESO.
Yeah, we're gonna suppress the fact that we're gonna leave off pretending everything's sunshine and rainbows, and tomorrow's chapter won't go well.
Well, it's too early to say, I suppose.
You actually,
Yeah.
We'll see.
before we move on to Ash's creation, one thing I want to mention, because you brought it up kind of in passing, about the healing effects and all that. I feel like I know the answer already, but what do you think about cross healing?
So, I think Flames of Ambition was one of the best patches, and that's when they turned off the cross healing in PvP. You couldn't heal no one unless they were in your group. And I still prefer no cross healing, but as time went on and I started looking at MMOs as a bigger scope, not that we should cater to the solo healer, the guy that's the healer, not in no one's group, but you should be able to. I've had fun moments where I'm just getting pummeled by 3 people, and then some random comes by and helps me. He throws me an off heal. We turn around, and we pull off the 2v3. So I get it. People want they want to be able to help their friends. It's an alliance game, right? So I get that. When I say cross healing is bad, I mean more so. For me, it has to be the hot stacking. That is just bad game design, and I do not bite my tongue when I say that. That is just horrible game design. There is no reason to stack 8 echoing vigors, 4 rating regions, stuff like that. Burst heals, you can't do nothing about that. Like if 4 people are spamming Honor the Dead on a guy, let it happen. They're using resources, but multiple instances of the same hots. And I'm not even talking like ground-based hots. Like if you and 3 plars put extended ritual down, you're just gonna see. You ever look on the right side, the heal numbers just tick 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 tick. It's actually a form of mitigation because you're healing through everything that is incoming. But especially the sticky hots. I'm gonna keep using the same example. I apologize, but echoing vigor, radiating regen, stuff like that. They shouldn't be allowed to have multiple instances. And I think it's bad for performance. I'm no game tech designer, but I mean, I think we could assume, and I think we've all seen evidence that this isn't good. And I would even go as far as to say, as from a good game design standpoint, that it kind of takes away from potential class identity and raid compositions. What if you could only have one instance of, I'm trying to think of a class-based hot. I'll use a ground-based one. Let's say Dragonite. What's the heal morph of Ash and Cloud or whatever?
Oh, Cinderstorm.
Cinderstorm. Let's say Cinderstorm. Let's say you couldn't stand in 5 Cinderstorms. I know this is not a thing people do, but let's just say you couldn't do a comp group to have 5 Cinderstorms that you guys just stand in and you can't die. What if you were only allowed to be healed by one instance of Cinderstorm, or when it comes to sticky buffs, the one with the longest duration applies to you? Similar to how, like, if me and you put Ellie Sus on a boss, the last applied, or the one with the longest duration is going to have. What if that's how the game worked? Now you gotta make sure, like, okay, we need 1 Dragonite with Cinderstorm. I need a Plar to have extended ritual over here. I need a Warding with Bud and Seeds over here. I need a Warden with Leeching Vines. I need a Warden with the different morph of vines. Right now, I bet you can put like 3 different vines on the same person. You see the issue? And so that way you need a Necromancer in a group to have Braided Tether. Now you need a what class have I left out? Nightblade. Now you need a Nightblade to put down the heal shadowy path, whatever it is. And that could change how group comps go moving forward. And I think it'll help performance in PvP, and it'll change how ball groups function and work. It'll make them not as effective. And I'm not even gonna get into how heal procs stack and what. Long story short, I am against multiple instances of the same heal applying. So
No, I'm totally with you here. And I feel like in the past they've had things like this, because I remember like doing VMOR back in sort of 2016. Only one person could run Razor Caltrops, and the other people had to run like a different morph of Caltrops.
Yeah, that was
only
damage,
2
though.
people could run Caltrops.
DK, right? You had to run, if you had 3 DKs, one had to run the base skill, one had to run the
Burning Talons, and one had to run Choking
Searing
Talons.
Strike.
So like this is something that they've had, and they've kind of like flip-flopped between having it like that and not having it like that. So yeah, I mean, it's strange that in that when they're testing that PvP thing, they didn't come out with that as a as a solution to the issues that they wanted to solve.
They actually said
Yeah.
cross healing was not a performance, like it was not a game changer. It didn't affect
Yeah.
performance, and I was
I
like,
remember that.
I was confused. Okay, I
Me too.
I believe you
'Cause it
guys,
felt
but at
better.
the same time, it's like, how's that
It's gotta help a
possible?
little bit.
How's
Yeah.
that possible? But okay,
That was
sure.
a really difficult thing to test though, because a lot of people were just not going into Cyrodiil for that.
True.
So like it was, I don't know. I mean, how would you even test that?
Well,
It's calculations. There's no
I-
way that doesn't have an impact, right?
I firmly believe it does have an impact. I think the backlash was from that they reduced 24 people in the group to 12, and a lot of people were upset that they couldn't heal other people if they're not in the group with them.
Yeah.
But to me, it's like, well, I think it is a performance issue because if you have people who are alive longer, they're casting more, which is more calculations on the server. So, and also, the people, I didn't understand the people who were complaining about needing to find a group. I'm like, why not? I feel like that incentivizes you finding a group, or incentivizes PvP guilds. You know, like,
Yeah.
reach out, talk to people. Like, what the hell? Why are you playing an MMO, bro?
This guy Nephis wants people to be social in MMO. What the hell?
Okay, not in my
What
MMO.
the hell? I get people want to solo play, but your solo play should not
Yeah.
affect, I don't know, the game
Yeah.
entirely. I don't know. But yeah, I think that's a good segue into Ash's creation. And
Yeah,
like
definitely is,
just general MMO space, because
Mhm.
especially with New World, we brought up New World. I actually love New World in terms of the overland content. It was more
Yeah.
engaging than ESO because it was actually, you could actually die.
Yes, it was actually difficult. Yep.
That's
Dude,
refreshing.
Yeah.
I still have this. I got a couple of stories. Overland New World being difficult adds so much. It makes you realize how ill that ESO Overland is. And I don't mean to insult anybody that enjoys it, because there's some world bosses. Like if you try to
Sure.
solo them, it's like, okay, that's the, you probably not pulling that off in the DLC areas, that is. But overall, like the quest difficulty, the just normal overland bosses, it's just like this is I'm going on autopilot. I do the stuff on my PvP build, which, I mean, to be fair, some PvP builds have self-healing and damage. It's a good balance. You probably build them the same way you build overland builds, but anyways, like, it's just so I just can't.
It is.
I need difficulty. I want every mob to have to be respected. I talked about this in a video I did, the Elden Ring of MMOs, comparing AOC's combat logics to what we see in some MMOs, like a ESO. Like, you ever be riding through an overland zone and something knocks you off your mount, and you look back at what knocked you off, and it's like, what are you touching me for? Why? You're gonna be a 3-second kill. I could literally go AFK, go make a coffee, and come back. That mob didn't kill me.
Right.
Like, it's not challenging. You don't have to respect them. And like you said, in New World, that was the case. I remember Is There No One Else and I did like a corrupted portal. Man, we got our asses kicked. It was this long epic battle, because it's meant for groups of, I think, 4 to 5, but we were just trying to duo it, and it was tough. Like, it was tough, and we still remember that moment to this day. But it was so fun. It's like, it goes to show you that dungeons and PvE can be enjoyable, even if that's not your thing, as long as it has difficulty and value to your experience, involved in your experience, that is.
Yeah, I think that's one thing New World did right in terms of the overland, for sure. Because ESO's problem with that is, yeah, okay, it's easy, but it doesn't prepare players for what is after that. People always like talk so much about how they like overlay content, but they don't like the harder content. Well, why do you not like the harder content? Right? Because you're not prepared for it. The game does not get you ready for it. There is no bridge between overland content and dungeons, or normal dungeons, and then there's this huge gap between normal and vet, and there's an even bigger gap between veteran and hard mode. Then there's an astronomically bigger gap between, veteran hard mode dungeons and veteran trials. There's no transitional bridge, because everything before that has been not very engaging or hard. It makes you think, or makes you like try hard. So you're not used to it. So of course it's not gonna be enjoyable. But yeah, Josh Strife, you're aware of Josh Strife Hayes, the content creator. He said the same thing about ESO. Like, it's just very easy. It's just too easy.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, totally. And
It's almost insultingly easy, is it not?
yeah, I think that's part
Like,
of the
you don't think I could have handled more than this?
Exactly. I think that's part of the retention issue. If people are not engaged, why would they stick around? And I get that
it's
people
the risk versus reward concept.
Yeah, I get that people
Sense of
don't want,
accomplishment.
because when Elden Ring came out, a lot of ESO players, some ESO players were like, "Oh, what if ESO was as hard as, Elden Ring?" And then there was this huge outcry on the ESO Reddit and the ESO Twitter. No, leave our game alone. We don't want it to be as hard as Elden Ring. I think that's an exaggeration. Of course, it shouldn't be as hard as Elden Ring.
Yeah.
But it should be fun and engaging like Elden Ring. And the fact that most ESO players can't see the difference between what they have now and what they could have is, I don't know, very, very bizarre, disheartening.
You gotta really examine ESO. Anyone that's defending overland content in ESO's gotta really look at it. Like, okay, Nephis, if you did a hard mode trifecta trial, you've been competent, you've been like min-maxing it for days. When you finally get that done, don't you feel accomplished? You feel like you're good at the game. You feel a sense of achievement.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, when you got to ask the people that's doing overland content in Stonefalls, when you beat that boss, did you get that feeling at all? No. That's one thing that excites me for Ashes of Creation is like high risk, high reward, or like NPCs, each mob, like taking some time to kill, because I want that. I don't need Elden. I've been on record saying this a lot of times. I don't need Elden Ring S difficulty, but their approach, having to, a dog killed me in Elden Ring before. This wasn't no special dog like the
big headed ones,
big dog boss, the one that was in Raya Lucaria. Not that dog. No, I mean like a regular freaking hound. He just happened to dodge my stuff perfectly and mess me up. And I was humbled. I was like, this ran really not a special dog, just a dog. He just caught me slipping. My brain wasn't turned on. The fact that I gotta respect this normal ad, like, to me, that's big. And ESO, if you don't provide players with a sense of accomplishment, and you just hand them these rewards for nothing, it's like a lot of devs think the approach is like, oh, give them free stuff. Oh, make this easy. So they get that, they need to see that banner like, oh, you did it. You are now Swashbuckler Supreme. Blah, blah, blah. Like, no, you need to make sure that they had a challenge. Like, how many times you lost a fight in Elden Ring, you kept beating your head against the wall, you done went back to that boss 4 times, and when you finally did it, you felt like you earned it. Like, it felt good. And you gotta ask how many aspects in let's say in Elder Scrolls Online overland content does that happen. I think trials are balanced great and stuff like that. I was wiping like crazy in a trial the other day. Hopefully no one got the footage of it, but I think, like you said, is that the disparity between a normal and a vet dungeon, between a vet dungeon and overland content, is crazy. Like, if I'm a beast in overland content, I got my max work with a 40k shield in PvE. I'm like, oh yeah, I got this. I'm just winning. I'm just killing everything by heavy attacking and applying the shield with my pale order. And then you're like, oh yeah, I'm a badass at PvE. I'll join this hard mode trial with you. So reality's gonna hit you. It's gonna hit you. So yeah.
I think some people will listen to this part and be like, you guys are such toxic elitists or whatever. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, sure, if there's an option for people to choose their difficulty, that'd be great. I don't think that's going to happen on the technical level for ESO. But I also think if you're having issues, why not ask people for help? I feel like that's also a big thing socially in ESO, where, and that's part of why I'm really excited for Ashes of Creation. It's bringing that social aspect back. It's like, you can't do it alone. And that's also why I really liked some aspects of PAX Day. I don't know if you also did the alpha test for that.
Yeah, definitely.
I was like, you can't do, you can try, but it's gonna be extremely long or tedious or like difficult. So find a community or build a community, make friends, make memories. And ESO, I feel like, has lost that. Everyone can do everything in ESO. You can do all the crafting professions. You can grind by yourself. You can make your own house that be a guild hall with all the crafting stations and frames. You don't really even need a guild apart from the guild trader. Like, it's just, that's it. There's no
catering to the solo player. Without difficulty, You know what? Just to summarize what you said, I guess you can't. Well, let me make sure I say this correctly.
Mm-hmm.
With the lack of challenge and difficulty in an MMO, you inversely kill the social aspect of said MMO.
Right.
If you don't need to get friends to go tackle this world boss, then you won't make friends. You won't need them. You just difficulty is very important in that aspect. Like, yeah, dude, PAX Day mobs were not playing around. They really weren't. Like, you had to go get some friends, and
Yeah.
I remember we were trying to time stuns and everything just so the thing can't attack back.
Even the crafting, right? Like the gathering, it's so time consuming if you're trying to solo it. No fucking
tedious.
way. But if you had a community, fuck yeah.
Yeah. Well, I feel maybe ESO's heading in the right direction with introducing the group finder and making it a little bit easier maybe to sort of make those groups.
People
Then
really
I
use it,
suppose
though.
the next stage is to increase the difficulty so that people feel the need to use that group finder and actually, communicate with other people.
You know what's funny?
Like I know a lot of other MMOs, they'll have like auto grouping or like prompts in the game saying, this is too difficult. Do you want to, list this in the group finder? Things like that.
Yeah, but Ollie, I think that's cool for console. Like it will help console, but for PC, the fact that there's no in-game voice chat, we talked about this last time in Lolly. I think there's that extra barrier of getting into comms with people. Like you have to get Discord, you have to join the server. It's just like, okay, cool. I don't know. I think PC is a different story in regards to those systems. I think for console, it probably helped a lot.
Similar.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people would argue that group finder is actually a detriment to being social in an MMO. Weirdly enough, it's actually been a big topic of this conversation around Ashes, because Ashes of Creation won't have a group finder. Like you could be able to post your like something to the town board locally, or you're basically gonna need to talk in area chat. Like, hey, someone come up with this. I'll hire you. Stuff like that. So a lot of people argue about group finder.
I saw that they confirmed there's gonna be voice chat in Ashes, right?
Yeah, in taverns, it's gonna be very limited, but pretty much for like taverns and stuff like that.
Shit, I mean, hell yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it, bro. I'll take it. That's one
in-game voice comms is so big for being social. Like, I hate to bring up Mortal Online 2, who can't even hit 1,000 players at the same time, but I watched some Mortal Online 2, and it is just so fun. Like how social they've made that game, that player base. Like it's actually really cool. People jump on the voice comm. New World had voice comms too, and not everyone utilized it, but it was there, and it actually helped me one time. And as good, and I hate saying stuff like this because I hate putting myself on a pedestal, like, oh, look how good I am at this game. But God, I hate even talking like this. But like before I got good at New World, I should say, I was leveling. I'll never forget this. I was level 35, and I was doing some open world quest, and it was to kill a freaking bear in a cave. This bear whooped my ass. Like, it whooped my
I know which bear you're
ass.
talking about, I think.
You do? Oh, dude.
The one
He destroyed me, and I put down a camp so I can respawn a little bit closer to him. And he got me 4 times in a row. And I was just hopeless. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to go level up. And I was like, oh, I hate grinding in an MMO, like go kill a pack of mobs just so I can level up, because I got nothing for this bear. I'm gonna have to go buy some gear because it's just not cutting it. Tell me why. I don't know why he was over there, but there was a random guy, because there's nothing close to that quest. So to this day, I'm still not sure why that guy was over there, but he was running by, and I typed my, I hit my, what do you call it? Push to talk. I was like, dude, hey, you. And then he actually turned around, and I was like, hey, I'm having trouble with this bear. And by the way, just to preface this, I'm not used to doing this in any game or any MMO. Like, I said for help because I'm trash. It's not something I'm used to doing. It was almost embarrassing. Like, dude, hey, come help me. And he didn't talk back. So it's not like a full social story, but I was like, hey, jump if you can hear me, right? Because he was just standing there. I was like, jump if you can hear me. And he jumped. I was like, all right, perfect. Can you help me? And he jumped again. I was like, all right, cool. Man, we go over to that boss. He was like max level, so he basically had all the aggro, and me and him whooped this bear's ass in probably 20 seconds. Meanwhile, I'm having epic 5-minute fights that ended with me losing. And I was like, that was freaking awesome. I don't even think I added the guy or anything. He just went about his day, whatever he was doing over there in the middle of nowhere. But that was my probably and not that New World's known for being the most social MMO, but for me, that was perhaps my most social moment in an MMO ever. It's me just asking random guy to help me kill a bear, and then he agrees to help me. And I wouldn't have had that moment, had that amazing MMO social moment, had there not been a way to communicate with him.
Right.
And had the content not been difficult, which is, like we keep circling back to, very important.
Ollie, do you know much about Ash's creation?
No.
Okay,
Now,
nice. Do you want to?
So I'm usually a bit like hesitant with new MMOs because I feel like an MMO kind of, even when it's released, there's not enough content there for at least like the first couple of years. Like even ESO, I didn't come to until a year after it was out. But I mean, I was thinking, so when we've talked a little bit about what ESO could get from Ashes of Creation, but what from ESO would be a good addition to Ashes of Creation?
Maybe some parts of the combat, maybe. That's really about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's about it. Maybe some...
Like, ESO combat is like, you hate it or you fucking love it. Like, there's no fucking middle ground. Like,
okay.
You know what I mean? But when ESO combat works, it works. And I would want to see some sort of fluid, like, some of the fluidity from ESO in Ashes. But from what I've seen, it seems straightforward. I don't know how to describe the combat. How would you describe it, Nyce? I guess, how would you describe Ashes to Ollie? Well, like, bathroom room.
Or anyone listening that's not. Yeah.
So on this, I'll start with combat. So on the subject of combat, I would say Ashes of Creation is the most similar, as far as what you can play right now, to Guild Wars 2. Even more so to Throne and Liberty, but not everybody's had a chance to play Throne and Liberty yet. I would say Guild Wars 2 is your wheelhouse, especially if you talk action cam kind of thing. So it is tab target. So in that sense, it's not similar to ESO combat. But it's good. Like, I'm an action combat enjoyer. That's why my main MMOs have been ESO and New World. Guild Wars 2, I played to a lesser extent than those two. But Ashes of Creation, I mean, where do you start? It's perhaps the most ambitious MMO, most hopeful MMO that we got out there. Like, there's a reason that I've done like over 100 videos on Ashes of Creation. Damn game's not even out yet. I mean, okay, one of the reasons that I need to go outside and probably need to find a different hobby, but it's because it's really good. Because it's really good, even just on paper. Hell, a lot of MMOs have trouble looking good on paper. But if you go through and look into so many different systems, there's no way to not be inspired by it. I think it has a lot of promise, definitely ambitious, and the progress thus far has been amazing. Something that I really, really like, I could probably attribute to, I'll just combine it in one thing, is the sense of community. The developers, Intrepid, really, really great developers. I'm not just saying that because I was lucky enough to be a part of their AMA recently, but their sense of community and open development is amazing. So one of my things with ESO, and not even just on a pedestal as a content creator, but I just always felt like communication was always lacking at some moments in time, where it's just like, hey, who greenlighted this decision? Did you even ask the players like if this was a good idea? Like, why is this change happening? Like, what is the point of this? Or like, hey, what's going on with this? Or, oh man, and don't even get me started if you're a PvP enjoyer, wanting some communication, wanting some content since what, 2018 or something like that. That's a whole nother subject. But one thing that I do like is that they're having an open development, and one could argue like, hey, it's easier to be more communicative, if I could make up that word, while a game's not live, right?
Right.
But I just think they're listening to feedback is very important. Something that I'm not always seeing in the ESO space. Not always. Not saying they're just bad and it's never a thing, of course, but it's been sometimes where like, why did you guys do this, or who is this for? So that's something I like to see. But overall, if you look into the game, there's just so much going on. One of my favorite DLCs to this day was Imperial City, the first one, if I remember correctly. And the reason I realized, especially as I started looking to Ashes of Creation, the reason I realized that I really loved launch Imperial City, PVX,
Yeah.
PVX, having to deal with players and also NPCs simultaneously is just the most fun concept in gaming to me personally. Like, I know it's kind of outdated these days, but could you imagine if
I don't know if it's outdated. Oh, you're talking about something else. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, let's say the world bosses in Imperial City,
Right?
like if they could be tougher. Imagine if those were like trial boss level, like to where you needed a group to take them down, and they were that so difficult that you needed, well, one, that you needed a group, but you also had to deal with other players fighting for the same resource. Like, to me, that's just the most fun thing in gaming. Back when IC was like relevant in that sense, as more population, more reasons, more things to do with Telvar. Honestly, switching gears back to ESO, I wouldn't mind if they just revamped IC. Don't give us a new zone. Don't give us a new battleground map. Just I think they took a step in the right direction with adding monster mass, but I don't know. I would like to see more PVX out of ESO.
Yeah.
But in short, the PVX and AOC, it
very
excites me.
very
It's so
attractive.
consistent.
Yeah, I think because there's so many opportunities for things to go wrong or things to happen more than it is to kind of confine people in the PvP scenario or confine people in the PvE scenario.
Yeah.
I think that's a big part of the reason why not looter shooters, extraction shooters is also a very popular genre, you know, because it's PvX.
Yeah. And there's something also to be said about a game being mostly PvX is that we won't see, in theory, we won't see what we saw with ESO, and that's a big split in the community. I'm a PvPer or I'm a PvEer. Like, it's just one thing. How often have we seen complaints from both sides where like PvPers are abusing, let's say, Plague Break in PvP?
Sure.
They're just blowing up groups. But now the trial group that was using that, or the guy that was grinding Skyreach with Plague Break, just exploding everything, is now pissed off at PvP Andy over here because he got their set nerfed. Right. Or vice versa. And you've seen ZeniMax almost force a divide between the PvE and PvP community and not utilize Battle Spirit to properly balance things. That's one thing to this day I still don't understand why Battle Spirit isn't more utilized. Like Rallying Cry, like, you can't just use that in trial because you need to have Battle Spirit active. Different rule sets. I've seen other MMOs do it well, where something does a completely different thing in PvE or PvP, or you just have a different rule set. Stop nerfing skills because of how they're performing in PvP, because you're going to ruin it for the guy that's been loving that skill for PvE overland content, and vice versa. Just put some stipulations in Battle Spirit. Like, it's so underutilized, man. The rule sets and everything.
That's Ollie. That's one of the reasons why I love Ashes, because one of the concepts is it's just one thing. They've also said controversially that no add-ons, because everything that you'll need is going to be in the game. I think that's a great design.
That's pretty big.
That's a great design philosophy to be.
Yeah.
Because like that's information's huge in any MMO, and how you get that information is also pretty big. But the fact that we need add-ons for ESO or WoW, I don't know. But as nice.
They're usually like quality of life things, add-ons, right? Like a map or something to highlight stuff. And
sure, but that should be in the game already.
Yeah,
is my perspective. Like, why do I need to go through a third party to get a damage meter or something like that? Blah blah blah. But yeah, as Nyce said, there's a lot of cool, inspirational things with Ashes. Lots of promises that a lot of people look at as copium. But I mean, I really do appreciate their communication, that, like you said too, Nyce. Especially on matters that I am concerned about, like monetization. Very rare for a company to be like that. And I get what you're saying about ESO's communications. I feel like they try, but But I think every company tries. But I also have this sense that it's just they're just not as forthcoming as they used to be. Like I remember combat balancing being discussed on their live streams, right? Between Robol. Do you remember Robol? Ali?
Yeah.
Or Nyce? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would come on and talk about why Templar got the changes they got. They would have an entire segment on the couch about PvP or about combat balancing. That was really cool. Even though a lot of people were still angry about it.
Yeah.
You know?
You at least get a reason why, whether or not you agree with it. You get some sort of communication.
A lot
You get to see that you were heard.
A lot of my friends have brought up that their live streams in the past several years have felt less like a community gathering and more like a showcase or like a way to sell you more things.
It's less of a conversation,
like advertisement,
isn't it?
right? So yeah, I get that. That's valid.
Yeah.
How long has Ashes of Creation been in development now? Because I mean, we've been hearing about it for a long time.
It's been a while.
The first time I heard about it was back in 2016 or 17. That's when I looked at their website. It was just a website. It was like explaining their concept of node wars. And I'm like, this, or in caravans. I'm like, this sounds fucking pretty cool. I wish Zerodead had this shit. And now, almost 10 years later, here we are. We're still waiting.
Yeah, I mean, is this a good sign? Is it like they're not going to release it till it's ready, or are you thinking maybe it's stalling and then they're struggling to get it up to speed?
I think it's a good thing. I'd rather wait for something good than to get something faster just so I can play it and complain about it. I think they know better than to end up in New World situation.
Right.
And by New World situation, we saw an amazing launch with New World. 913,000, I think, was the peak concurrent. Big launch, right? There wasn't an MMO for a while. It had a lot of promise. It had the Amazon name behind it. A lot of people gave it a chance.
Yeah.
But check New World numbers right now. I bet you there's not more than 7,000 people online right now. The decline is ridiculous.
Isn't it dead?
It's dead. I did a whole
like
that was the title of my video recently. New World is dead. Just straight up. Just boom.
Was it like
done.
600 players or some shit on like one day
Oh my God.
on the Steam charts? And I'm like, 600 players? No fucking way.
Every day. It's funny. I made that video about a month ago, and a quote in there still stands true. I said every day New World breaks a record for its lowest player count. And to this day, like over a month later, it's had a lower 24-hour peak or all-time peak. Like each matter of fact, bring it up on stream. I would guess that it's at its all-time low every day.
Okay.
Like, it's just at its low time.
So May 2024. Do you want peak players or average players for Steam?
Like 30 days or
last 30 days. Average players 6,184. Peak players 9,783.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean it's more red than green for sure in terms of gain.
Yeah, it's just constantly in a decline.
They're like split servers as well, right? So.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's the embarrassing thing about New World is you see that's all the numbers. It's only available on Steam. Like we don't know how many people play ESO, but New World, it's only available on Steam. That is the true statistics right there. And that's sad. It's really sad, all things considered. And so to circle back to the original question, it's been in the oven for a while. I'm gonna say, oh man, what is it, 7 or 8 years of development at this time. They switched over to UE5, which I think pushed some things back.
Yeah.
But what we're getting and what's promised, and I mean we're gonna get Alpha 2 here in less than 3 months. So I mean, I know not everyone will have access to Alpha 2, but even that says a lot in terms of progress made. It's been a long wait, but like I said, I'll stand by that. I'd rather wait for something good and kill time with ESO or whatever in the meantime than to get something just that's temporary, just another MMO.
I'm so excited for it this year. Alpha 2. Dude, I paid for that shit years ago. I'm like waiting. But I would wait. But I think there's also like a fine line between waiting too long and waiting
Oh,
just
yeah.
the right amount of time. I think people are definitely
Mhm.
getting impatient, at least in the Ashes of Creation community. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, Alpha 2 is this year. When is Beta 1, or sorry, Beta 1 and then Beta 2? So like
Mhm.
each year? So like at least
It's
3
like
more
ho-
years?
Yeah, it's like, how long is Alpha 2? It's definitely gonna be more than a year. It'll run concurrently with the betas and everything like that, but the Alpha 2, like there's no scenario where we get Alpha 2 launched here, let's say September, which is my guess. It's 9 times out of 10 it's gonna be September. There's no scenario where we get that in September of this year, and then September 2025 the game's out. This is not happening. The scope, if I may use that term, is way too ambitious to expect that.
Mhm.
That game is so intricate. There's times they bring up something, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a thing, because that's not even necessary. Can we just like do that post launch? Like, it's actually a conversation I've had a lot. Like, how much of this is really necessary? But so much of the systems feed back into each other. The node system itself, the open seas PvP, like, I don't want to be exaggeratory, but like just the open seas component of the game, which is always PvP like flagged on. Like, what if they get that right enough to be like Sea of Thieves or close to it in an MMO? Like, not too many MMOs right now have, like, I think especially since Arcade is going offline here
Arcade, yeah.
soon. Like, there's not too many that's doing that. And then you think about the 64 class system, you think about the trade system, how trading is localized. There's not no global market. If you think about just stuff with combat, there's so many intricacies with the game that it will be like how we were talking about how it's overwhelming for me to get into WoW after 20 years or someone to get into ESO after 10 years.
Yeah.
Like, just reading about Ashes of Creation could be overwhelming. Like, if you just get on the wiki and see how much systems they got planned, Node Wars that they showed off, was that yesterday? Day before yesterday. Guild Wars, castles,
The mayor system.
Mayor system, and then the profession system or the housing system.
So
like the housing, like, god dang, like it's ambitious is the perfect word,
yeah,
to say the least. So
I think we're losing Ollie here a little bit because they're throwing so much, like so
No,
many
no, no.
words at them. All right, so
These are familiar concepts, though.
yeah, okay, I'll give you a list or summary. Okay, so Nyce already brought it up. So the size of the world will apparently be around 1,200 square kilometers, with 750 kilometers of the 1,200 being for naval content, like, you know, ship war, like naval warfare, essentially.
Yeah. And that's something that I remember seeing that in
So
the
that's-
arcade.
Yeah, so that's about
That's
2 or 3 times the size of Black Desert Online BDO, if anyone's
okay.
paid BDO. I don't know that fucking game, but
How many San Andreas maps is it? Because that's the only.
I think San Andreas was what, 300?
I can't remember.
300?
That's what people used as like a scale. Didn't they?
have you played New World, Ollie?
31.
No, but I've seen streams of it, and a lot of my friends have played it.
So just for frame of reference, Ashes of Creation is going to be huge, and it's going to have multiple biomes. Just one biome, the one that we're going to be testing primarily during the Alpha 2 that's coming up, just the Riverlands biome is it's bigger than New World at launch. Like, pretty sizable. So it's going to be massive.
9 playable races, and it's like 2 kinds of humans, 2 kinds of elves, dwarves, of course, and of course there's like a underground species.
Sure.
Let's see. They did showcase a character creator, which is much more, I think, kind of Dragon's Dogma 2. I don't know if you've kept up with that game. In terms of character creator, it's kind of like that. Not as detailed, I think, as that game, but still pretty detailed. And it's gonna, let's see, I think 64 class combinations. It's kind of a weird system, I guess, if you're coming from ESO, right? Because you can only pick Sorg, but imagine like it's kind of like Max Sorg, Stam Sorg, but also not really, because there's like 8.
Yeah. Did you ever play Rift? Rift had those class
Cleric.
combos. Yeah.
Sorc Templar could be a class. Like, you choose your primary class.
Right. And
ESO has how many classes now?
Let's see. Started out with
8 or 9 or something.
hold on. We gotta count
Started with
this shit.
6, and then they added 3, I think.
Is it 6? I thought it was 5.
No, sorry, 4. Started with 4, and then they added 3.
Hold on. Dragon Knight, Sorcerer, Templar, Nightblade, right? 4.
Yeah.
And they added 3, so it's 7 classes.
So 7 classes. So think about it like this with Ashes of Creation's class system. So there's 7 archetypes, which you would call them, but for just to be simple, let's just call them classes. So you could have sorcerer, like you select sorcerer in ESO, and then you'll double down as a pure sorcerer. Or what you could do is do sorcerer Templar. So Templar is your secondary class. Imagine if you can do a Arcanist Necromancer, or you
have some skill
so
lines
forth.
from one and some okay.
Yeah, so
I mean,
it'll
I think
augment your classes.
MMOs have done this before, and I think it's interesting. I mean, it's probably still going to be like a meta, right?
Probably, but
Of
there's
what's
so
gonna
many
be the summer.
combos though. You know.
Yeah, some's got to be better than others. Some's got to be probably useless.
Yeah. So it's always difficult to judge how many are actually.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed that
So
it's going to be plenty of viable ones.
there will be flying mounts, but
Fly mounts.
they'll
okay.
be limited to only a few players, depending on what they did. Depending on the system. I don't know if they finalize that yet. So, for example, if you're the mayor,
mayors.
if you're the mayor of your town node, you can have a flying mount. So there's incentive for trying to win an election or something.
Vote Nephis 2025.
Yeah,
No, 2035.
And the node system, it's kind of like PAX Day, but not really. It's like I guess it's like PAX Day, but you need players or you need groups of players to help evolve your nodes from villages to towns and to cities. So there's actual player impact on the environment, which is, I think, a really awesome concept. Because with a lot of MMOs or games even, you do a quest line, it's a huge thing, but it doesn't really change the things around you. I think the closest thing that changed the environment around you, easy example in ESO is Blake Rock Isle, where after you finish the quest line, the town's still like destroyed.
Yeah, it's on fire. Okay.
Or High Isle, the statue comes tumbling down, and the statue is still down. But that's really limited because that's instanced, right? But this is actually everyone sees the progress, everyone sees everything. So that's another thing. Of course, there's a caravan system if you want to trade or escort caravans to a different town. Then there's like guild systems where guilds can compete or guilds can own their nodes. There's a lot of social aspects to Ashes. So yeah, I think it's
I tell you what it sounds like. It sounds like they've taken the main selling point of loads of different games in MMOs
basically.
and put them all in the same thing. Right?
And you can see that Steven Sharif, the creator, is an actual MMO fan. Like like you said, he's taken the best parts of each MMO and putting them in one place. A sand park MMO, if you will, like sandbox, theme park together. You see that inspiration from other MMOs, and of course you see their own innovations at play as well. But another inspirational thing besides the open development for me is just that fact in itself that he's rich. Okay, let's just say it like that. He's rich. He's funding this thing, and he's not answering to a board of directors, right? He's not a ZeniMax answering to a Bethesda who answers to this board who just cares about profit. Like, he gets to seek out his vision. Like, hey, here's our monetization model. Here's what we're sticking with. No pay to win. Here, and that's just that he has that say so.
No pay to convenience. You said
none of that. Like, it's really enlightening for us. Like, whereas, someone looking into Throne of Liberty is going to be like, I don't like, I don't know if I trust you, or I don't really put it this way. If EA released an MMO tomorrow,
right,
and they said, oh, it's not going to be pay to win. How much faith do you have in them,
You don't. Yeah.
$10 for a dance? What do you mean?
Speaking of the whole monetization thing, you have to pay a subscription fee a month.
Okay.
So old school pay model. Yeah. But I think that's fine. And I think that will actually help filter out certain bad actors. Right? Yeah. Especially the fucking younger pieces of shit trolls. Right? I mean, yeah. No, I'm serious.
What age rating is it? Is it like
M.
themed? I don't.
I'm assuming it's gonna be M, rated M.
Okay.
Yeah, just
right.
Maybe. I'm actually not sure.
Maybe
Considering what's in the game.
TM.
Yeah.
There's no nudity, as far as I've
Right.
seen.
Yeah.
But there
Their
is like
target demographics like sort of similar to ESO, like it's mature but not explicit.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, yeah. I think it will be if we're looking at ESO as an example. But you know, there's also crafting. How we were talking earlier about how like in ESO you can be everything, you can do everything. Ashes, you won't be able to. You have to choose your crafting professions and work with other people to craft shit. And
Okay.
the things you craft will be the best items in the game, rather than like relying on RNG or, you know what I mean, just locked behind a piece of content.
Okay.
It's a
And
big deal.
how about like alts and multiple characters, playing multiple characters? Is it worth doing that, or is it going to be like a single character focus, do you think?
You can do that, but I'd reckon most people it's probably be more beneficial to focus on one character per server. But yeah, it'll be a thing. I think it'll be a thing, and that could be a way that you circumvent the being limited to certain professions or whatever. It's a lot more intricate, but yeah, I think the way they have it designed as is right now with so there's gathering, processing, and then there's crafting. So gathering is literally you gather out in the world, obviously. Like let's say your thing that you lean into is gathering. Like I'm gonna be the best lumberjack. I have access. I'm the only one with access to cut down this tier of tree. Well, that's not enough. I can't just go craft my weapon. I'm gonna need someone that can process it, which is the bottleneck of the system or the train, if you will. Which processing of the highest tier materials, like that tree that I just cut down, can only be done at a freehold. Freeholds is a type of housing, which is like true real estate in the world. Not too many MMOs done it. I think Arcade did it. It's like, you know how you go to your primary residence in ESO, like you port to some instance, right? This is true real estate, like out there in the game world, which is freaking cool housing concept to me. But anyway, so I bring it to there. It has to get refined. Well, now that I have these refined materials, that was done by someone who chose to. What is the refining called for lumber? I don't remember what that would even be called. I'm gonna make up something. It's a sawmiller. That's not a word, but we're gonna call it that. I don't even know what that process is called.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Processing of wood. Lumber.
Carpentry? No, that's furniture. So
carpentry is.
Anyways.
Well, yeah, carpentry is wood.
It could include it, but yeah.
Yeah. So
sanding. Yeah, I don't know. Sanding, finishing.
I can't even. Sanding sounds better, actually.
Okay.
So he refines this wood that I gathered because he's a professional sander. So now I then have to find someone that's able to craft that high tier gear. So now you have your crafter, gatherer, and refiner or processor all involved in this one process. And like Nefa said, it's not like ESO where master crafter is truly, because I mean ESO, you really are a master crafter, but in this game you're going to have to be a master at your profession, which your niche is, and thus more social aspects are intertwined, and you need other people. This gives value to your guild. It's going to really bring back that old school flavor. It gets away from that. Put it this way, I think ESO is perhaps the best dream MMO for a solo player. I haven't, like I said earlier, I haven't played every MMO in existence, but I can't imagine there's a better MMO for a solo player. I really can't. I think they've done a great job at that. If that's what you're into, I think Ashes will be the polar opposite of that. I think it's and I mean that in all aspects, from like the gathering process and crafting that we just talked about, all the way to things like combat. There's no self heals. Like you go into PvP right now, there's some guy with 43k health that can still burst your hairline backwards. And if you and your 3 guys jump on him, guess what? He's gonna hit one polar wind and heal himself to full. So this guy's a tank, healer, DPS. He's a freaking superhero in ESO. He is the chosen one. Ashes of Creation. If you don't have a bard with you, if you don't got a cleric with you, them little heal pots is only gonna get you so far. So in all aspects, Ashes is getting back to that social aspect.
I think the Ollie.
Yeah.
Nyce mentioned housing, the player housing.
Yes.
Right. Now
I think this is one of the major selling points of ESO, isn't it?
Right.
The housing. People
but
love that.
This might be where ESO players like lose the trail or like they just go away like disgusted.
Okay.
Player housing will be tied to the node system. So,
Right.
in the grand scale of PvP, if another guild invades you and wants to take over your node or destroy your node or whatever,
Okay.
right, and put you back in the Stone Age, and they win,
Like a sort of,
they
like,
win that
yeah.
siege and whatever, they win that war, you lose your house.
Okay. That's pretty hardcore. Yeah. I mean, that's like, you know.
Well, okay, it
playing
is
Rust
it is
or
kind of
One Use Spark
hardcore
or something. Yeah.
but at the same time, here's the thing with ESO, right? You have traders, you have PvPers, you have PvEers, you have role players. What really ties them together, right? Like, why should I, a raider in a trial, or alliance for that matter, like, because this whole alliance thing was a very fundamental part of ESO, EP, DC80. Why the fuck would I give a shit about what happens in Cyrodiil? Not like it really affects me. So
Yeah.
with this system, it's like you have to give a fuck. Like, that's your fucking house, bro. You gotta come to our defense. You gotta participate in the siege, or you will lose your fucking house. You lose your
End up
livestock.
homeless.
You lose your fucking wife. I don't know. like you have to.
Yeah.
And that's I think so good. Now a lot of people
I-
won't like that, which is fine.
Yeah. So,
But there's so many more
Nephis,
people who will love that.
I'm sending you a video that I would like for you to react to.
All right, all right. I will.
It's called the best and worst housing. Like, it's, to me, it's the best and worst housing in MMOs. If you want to react to that one of these days or
I will.
today, whatever you want to do, but I think you nailed it there in that if you're a housing main, if you liked housing in ESO, I do think that Ashes is it's got a lot of systems. We still have a little bit more to see, but it's got the freehold housing, which I already talked about, the apartment housing. There's stuff like mansions and penthouses that we can get into at a later point, but it's a lot of stuff, and I think they know how profitable the MMO housing, or not profitable because they really wouldn't be making money, but how big of a draw it is for people is to have good housing. And I think freeholds is housing on steroids. I really do.
I mean, you can farm shit, right? Like,
Yeah,
you can do
you
everything.
farm
You can
and
milk cows, bro. You can kill
Dog-
pigs.
dog, the crate.
You can grow crops.
okay,
Garden.
Can you milk
Like,
cows
people-
in VR?
there was housing tours last week. I saw a lot of ESO creators doing
Yeah.
ESO tour. Like, hey, people love housing. People
Yeah.
love presenting their work. Now, imagine if I said, Nephis, come over to my house. Like, not port to me, not fast travel. Like, no, like
Travel.
go down to this biome, like travel to me. Come on over. I have actual land.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, you can still customize the furniture. There's so much customization with like how you use that plot of land. You can have an actual business, like an actual tavern where you sell stuff to players. If you get like some good real estate near like a popular grind spot, you put your freehold down there. People are out there farming. They want to run all the way back to town. They come to your tavern, buy some potions, et cetera, et cetera. Like, you can set up legit businesses. And like something that we didn't touch on is that freeholds are hella limited. Everyone will not have a freehold. Like, it's going to be decently rare. So there's a lot of stuff with that. But you know, I'm only even talking about the good. There's the bad. Like you said, you can lose it. You could end up homeless. Like, you can, people like you, bro, go to everyone that did the housing tours or, you know, wanted to enter that last week and tell them like, oh, hey, you know, if we lose Emperor and Cyrodiil, yeah, you're going to lose all this stuff in this pretty little ESO house you built. Tell them how they'll feel about that. They'll storm the forums. They'll be at ZeniMax headquarters. You think you tell a housing main they might lose their house because of something that happened in Cyrodiil or because they didn't help PvP. Hell no.
So I mean, it's an interesting concept, and I mean, I guess it's sort of maybe been tried before, especially in other games like things like Rust and Ark, especially the public servers. You set up a base, but the thing that I think people worry about the most is how much time they're going to have to sink into this game to defend the stuff that they've built. Like, you know, if they've got a busy work week or they go on holiday for 2 weeks, are they going to like lose all their shit because they're not playing the game?
Communicate with people. Communicate with your
Is that
guild.
going to be daunting?
Well, the same. I mean, when people need to go on vacation or they can't play every week in ESO, they let their trade guild masters or trade officers know, hey, don't kick me. You know what I mean? So same shit like
Yeah,
that. Hey,
sure.
I know this guild's gonna fucking try to raid us or invade us in our node. I'll be gone though for the next 2 weeks. I'm getting married.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well,
yeah,
they'll just find
I
another
think that's
person.
yeah. I
It's
think
like,
people are going to worry about that, and that feels like
sure,
quite a difficult thing to maintain, especially long term. Like how
sure.
do you protect the things you've invested time into? Like,
But I think
yeah.
the point of Ashes is the time,
right.
right?
Value to your time, and it's literally risk versus reward personified. It
Yeah.
really
Mhm.
is.
I don't know. Have I missed anything about? You should definitely watch some of their development videos where they showcase
Yeah,
some of
yeah.
the
I think
features or
yeah.
building the ships even to get away from other people or even the class skills. Visually,
Mhm.
it looks great.
Yeah.
Just not sure how it's gonna feel in terms of combat because that's a big part for me. Like, how's it gonna feel? I really
Hmm.
want that tactile combat feel. Well, if I like, I don't know. This, I've brought this up many times in the past on this podcast too. Like, and people think I'm crazy, but in ESO, when you miss a light attack or you roll dodge something, you can fucking feel it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I want
Mm.
something like that, like something responsive for matches. Just, I guess we'll see now for the Alpha 2, you know?
Yeah. What's really cool about the timing of this podcast is just Friday,
Mm-hmm.
NDA lifted for people that's currently testing the game.
Yeah.
Phoenix Initiative. These are the big ballers that spent $2,500 to to
Jesus.
get in super early.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I love Ashes, but I don't love Ashes $2,500.
Shit.
I'll just keep talking about it. Y'all got it. So they've been playing the game. They're actually the people that took part in the stream that Ashes of Creation just released Friday or did Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, these guys been testing the game for a while, and I actually had one on my show Friday. Yeah, Friday after it premiered, and everyone's saying that the combat feels really good, especially for this early. Like, it's really responsive. Everything feels as good as it looks.
Okay.
If you're gonna watch anything like that recent stream, the Node War stream,
Yeah.
it was really good. I'm still unpacking it. I'm gonna post a video on it tomorrow, but like,
Alright.
I was happy. I was happy with what I saw and from what I heard from people that actually played it, and it's looking like we're so close to that Alpha 2 launch, and it's looking promising. I wasn't never down, like, oh my gosh, what is happening? But it revitalized me. I was like, oh, okay, so that looks good. So, yeah.
Do you want to talk a bit more about that AMA you did? I'm actually quite interested. I haven't gotten the opportunity to watch it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I was honored to take part in a recent AMA with the creative director Steven Sharif, myself and some other content creators, and it was an amazing opportunity. I was like geeking. I pretended to be humble because, when you scored a touchdown, you don't want to be the guy that goes in the end zone, slam the phone, like, yeah, do the big cheer. I try to be like humble about it, like, oh yes, thank you, yes, I will partake in this AMA with you. But on the inside, I'm like, holy shit, it's happening, everybody, it's happening. Like, it was a big deal, especially after like doing so much content from the game. Like, I've talked with the developers before, but like, being on that stage to be selected, it felt really good. And so each of us got 5 questions to ask the developers, and yeah, we got a lot of information from the community questions that I want to ask, but I also polled it with the Ashes of Creation community, like, hey, so how's this question seem? And I showed them my questions before I asked, of course, and yeah, it's really cool because not a lot of developers do something like that. I will say ZeniMax did do their Reddit AMA, which is more obviously a different format. It's not live on the spot vocal, but it's something. I think it's something worth applauding. But I think doing a AMA, and especially the creative director Steven Sharif being a part of that, like, because I mean, gosh, he's busy. So, matter of fact, he was like late. Not late, but he was like 2 minutes late or so. He had just got out of a meeting before he jumped on a video call with us, and then like within 40 seconds, the stream actually started where everybody could see you. So it was just like, you could tell he was just like run and gun, hella busy. So, I don't know. It just meant a lot. We got a lot of information. I do highly recommend checking it out, of course, or just even watching a summary or something like that. But yeah, it made me feel a part of community, I guess. I don't know, like obviously as a content creator, it felt good to be a part of it, of course. But yeah.
What were the questions you asked out of curiosity?
Let me try to remember my question. So I know one of mine was a PVX related question with like dungeons. I might be able to pull it up as I'm talking so I can get the exact questions, but
Sure.
one of mine was how large are the dungeons going to be? So that one was an important one to me because this is a PVX game. PvP can happen anywhere. So if you're out grinding a dungeon and some guy doesn't like that you're in there, they can contest that resource like, I don't like that you're messing up my pools. I'm going to kill you now, you know? So I wanted to, one of my questions was like, how large are these dungeons? Like how many people are they compensating for? Like, could you be on one floor of the dungeon and then not be bothering me at the other side of the dungeon? And he said that it can, I forgot the exact number of people, but he said it can accommodate a multiple amount of groups, but you know, it's intended to have friction in that dungeon. So it's just something about PVX potential, like especially in the middle of a dungeon. Like, dude, imagine you're doing Fungal Grotto 2 and then I just pop out of the woodworks like, Nephis, what's up, dude? Get out, or I'm gonna PK you. It's like that sounds crazy to me. I don't know. That's one of the most fun things that I'm looking forward to. I asked another question about the weapons list because it's been, until he answered it, unconfirmed exactly which weapons we were gonna get in Alpha 2, or well, rather the game. So he did answer that. I don't have what the answer to that was at the moment, but he did answer that during the stream. It was a couple of them actually. Here, I'm trying to, as I'm pull up this. Here it is. I think this is the most. I think this is one of my older lists, but I think it will do. So another one was. Nope, I can't find it. I apologize at the moment.
Oh, it's whatever.
No worries.
Ollie, do you have any? Sorry, go on.
Yeah. Oh no, that's pretty much it. Like it was just he answered a lot of good questions. And one thing I did like, no dodging, just straight up answered it, just no dodging. Like one of the questions actually disappointed the community. They said that the rogue archetype wasn't going to be there at the launch of Alpha 2. So think of that like your ESO Nightblade, which is a popular class. Like people like playing that stealthy shadow assassin or whatever.
Yeah.
They said that was not going to be ready for the launch of Alpha 2, but it will come in the first update. And that was like big news. He could have just like ducked the question or whatever, but he just straight up answered it like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry, but we're trying to make sure the other classes that we have showcased are like, you know, fully fleshed out, ready to go, instead of like putting more resources into this other one to make sure.
Okay. That's pretty cool. I'll have to definitely catch the AMA later. Ollie, do you have any questions about Ashes?
Yeah,
Anything that's like stuck out to you, or like you're like kind of iffy about?
I felt excited about it until you told me about the like dynamic, the you know, nodes being able to lose stuff that you've put time into, because I think that's something that has put me off so many games that I like. I mean, like playing Ark with, you know, you make your base with your dinosaurs or whatever.
Sure.
I only play that with friends on like a private server where when you go to bed at night and you turn the server off, no one's going to fuck with your stuff. No one's going to steal your dinosaurs. And I feel like I'd just be, every time I'm playing, I think I'd just be stressed like the whole time.
I get you.
And I think a lot of what I do, at least in ESO, is I'm just standing around not doing anything, just chatting with friends and stuff. And I feel like maybe this MMO, it feels like you need to be quite active and playing it like all the time.
I mean, you could be.
And for some people, that's going to be good, but I don't know whether that's going to be what everyone's looking for. But, you know, that's not necessarily a problem, but I think for certain people, that's not going to be what they're looking for.
True. Oh yeah. It definitely won't be for everybody.
But like, if we're talking about like the grand scale, right, between guilds or node owners, there will be politics, right? There'll be a certain level of things required for diplomacy. You know what I mean? Because
Competitive
I'm sure
social
the
aspects.
other people also don't want their shit destroyed, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like war would be like the last resort, unless you're on the server that's fucking like out of their goddamn minds. You know, I think
Yeah.
things will eventually settle down, assuming this game.
And-
You know what I mean?
There's a lot of layers to that. So we're giving you like the broad simplification of these systems.
Yeah.
There's a lot more that I don't want to get too geeky on here.
No,
Yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead.
I don't
go
want to
ahead.
get too geeky, but like there's protections against that. Like you're not gonna just, it's not like Ark where you can wake up and your stuff is gone. So you can, so let's say you have a freehold which is attached to a node and your node gets sieged. For one, you got to think about how often that's potentially actually going to happen, because like Nefa said, there's a lot of political aspects. Like, do I really want to start drama with these guys? Two, there's like one, a node can only be sieged against once every 30 days tops.
Okay.
And even when that does happen, you do get a heads up of like a week, and it's going to occur during prime time. So there's that. And then another thing that I will like to say to give people just a little bit more, like who was like, oh, I don't want to lose my home. There is a time. So if your freehold is attached to a node that gets sieged and it's successful, like they destroy your node, there is a time period where you can defend your home, like your freehold. So during that, I forgot how many days, and I don't want to say the wrong thing and be misquoted. So I'll just say there's like, let's just say there's a day.
Okay.
After that war happens, you can defend your freehold. Usually people couldn't go on your freehold without your permission, or at least inside the house. But people that want to loot the fallen node, or they want to loot your freehold, like let me just say it like this. If you defend your freehold and it doesn't get attacked, like your freehold specifically, not the node, not the castle, whatever, there's a time period to where if your node is okay, you're fine, even if that node goes down. So it's not all horrible, but yeah.
Yeah. I feel like we might never truly know what the impact of that system is until it goes live and you have that whole sort of community and all the people playing it and like that whole ecosystem, how it evolves. I think that'll be really interesting to see. I don't think I want to be in part of that first wave.
It's a huge social experiment, is it not? It's
yeah,
a huge
exactly.
social
Yeah, and I
experiment.
think that's very exciting, even for people that aren't going to be playing it like day one. Yeah, it's exciting. I don't know if I'll play day one, but I'll keep an eye on it. It's definitely on my radar now.
Nice.
I have a feeling the first ones to get in will have the biggest advantage, for sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, like I mean, if you start your community on day one, is it going to be? I mean, we've talked a little bit about how daunting it is to get into an MMO after 5-10 years.
Yeah.
Do you think that experience is going to be exaggerated even more with how the communities are going to work in ASU?
So there are some people like myself that's going to be able to test during the testing phases, Alpha 2 and forward. So they will know a little bit more, but it's not under NDA. So people watching will, just like how right now I'm watching Ashes of Creation streams to get the information that I have, right? People are going to be able to watch me or watch another content creator and get said information. So there is, but that's not everybody. Not everybody's going to do that. So there is that worry that, before launch, I already know the best spot to grind. I've done this on 5 characters that have been wiped. So yes, that is a concern. As far as communities, it's crazy to think about, but like people are already in guilds for this game, believe it or not. Like there's people in guilds, there's whole communities. I mean, it's intricate. People are already preparing and getting things organized. I interviewed a couple of guild leaders on my channel, and it's actually crazy to think about. But yeah, people already have guilds and stuff for a game that's not out yet. So it's never too early to try to get in. But if you come in on launch day completely naked, like, or just ignorant of knowledge, like, just not knowing everything, it does present a challenge maybe. But I think if one thing I will like to say is something I think is really good compared to a lot of products, and small little tangent here, but gaming as a whole, I think over the last 2 years have been in a crap spot of disappointment. We've had recent breakout successes like Baldur's Gate 3, or we saw Power World have its shine in the light, right? Breaking records. But for every Power World, for every Baldur's Gate 3, we've been met with like a Lord of the Rings Golem, or maybe the fall off of New World, if we want to just tie this back to MMOs and just stuff like that. There's been a lot of disappointments. How mad would you be if you bought the special $80 edition of Lord of the Rings Golem that had a huge or bad reputation? You know, you paid $80 and you didn't even like the game. Like, there's a box cost, right? Like, that sucks. It really feels bad when you pay money for a game and you ended up not liking it. Something good about that subscription model is that you can try Ashes of Creation for $15. $15, and then just like, yeah, just like I thought, this isn't for me. They already got me homeless out here. Yep, give me, I'm done. Cancel my subscription, and that's okay. And you're only out $15. You got to try a new MMO. You didn't have to pay $60. Then, and I'm this is a rough comparison because I know this is not how ESO's monetization is, but you didn't have to pay $60 for the box cost. Buy 2 or 3 chapters, like how Nefis was talking about with Destiny 2 DLC. You didn't have to buy all those chapters, and then buy something like a ESO Plus subscription on top of that, just so you can try this game out to its full potential. Just $15. You didn't have to buy nothing. Just $15. You tried it. Maybe don't want to continue another month, and that's fine, and that's okay. That's fair. But you're only out $15. So
what if that happens later down the road? Right, like you enjoy it, and then something happens, and it's like you're 1 year into it. What's 15 times 12, right? you know what I mean?
Yeah. If
So
it took you a year, if you it took you a year, so they were doing something right in that year. They were doing something right in that year.
I see what you mean. But what if, like, you know, like the game just goes a bad direction, like, hypothetically?
Yeah, that could happen.
That could happen. Yeah. So technically, you spend more, right, than the box cost of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I tell you what, though, if I paid $60 for a $60 box cost and I got 14 hours out of a game and was disappointed, or maybe it just took 20 hours to beat and it had no replayability, or if it was just bad.
Sure.
That feels bad. But if I got a year out of something, and even at the end of that year, I'm like, yeah, I don't like the way they're going this direction. If I got a year out of that game and it was that fun to where I was willing to give them $15 a month, how many hours do you think you're going to put into an MMO over the course of a year? I'd say you got your money's worth.
True. Okay. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Anything else, Ollie?
I don't know. I think it's always one of these things where you have to sort of really see it post-launch to get a good idea of what things you're going to be interested in and what you're going to get out of it and whether it's for you. So yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to see more about it. You know, I'll probably be doing a little bit of my research now. Yeah, I think I'm still worried about the commitment, because I feel like with MMOs, it's kind of a commitment, really.
Oh yeah.
It's difficult to juggle multiple MMOs. I mean, people do it, of course, but those people have a lot of free time. If we just talk about like an average person working like, I don't know, 30 hours a week or something, they might not have time for more than one MMO.
It's tough. Like, I'm married. I got 2 kids. Try to do content. And when I was trying to do New World and ESL, it was tough.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's not a great comparison because ESL, I've got what I got. My gear, I log on. I got a decent stockpile of gold. I got my builds, and my loop is PvP. I'm not running a guild. There's not people I'm interacting with every day, every time I log on, right? So in that sense, it's different. So I was able to do that. I was able to play ESL like once or so a week and then hop on New World, and that was like my main focus. Right now, I'm playing Albion online. I log onto ESO once a week, but I feel like it's an outlier because ESO is a game I've been playing for 10 years, and I'm steady. You know, it's not like I'm doing a new MMO or full timing 2 MMOs, because like you said, that takes a lot of free time. It really does. So yeah, I totally get that. MMOs in general are a time commitment, and people that play MMOs, it's usually about the only thing they play is that MMO. That's why when it comes time to buy those chapters that we were talking about earlier, you don't think twice. You don't care if it's pay to win. You're gonna buy it anyway. Like, this is the one game I'm playing. There's people, especially if you main single player games. Imagine buying Starfield 1 month, and then next month God of War comes out. You buy that, you spend $60 on that. Next month the new Call of Duty comes out. There's people spending $60 to $70, $80, whatever games cost these days. And so you feel comfortable, like, oh, I'm only paying for ESO Plus, and I'm getting so many hours out of this game. My friends are all here. I love this MMO. I'll pay $30 or $40 for this chapter once every couple of months or 6 months. I don't know how often chapters are, but you know, so you justify the purchase easier because you're maining that one game. So, but doing that for 2, yeah, I could imagine. It's a little tough.
You guys want to talk about anything else? And what I mean anything else before we start wrapping up with questions? Anything? Doesn't have to be gaming related.
No, not that I could think of.
Okay. What about you, Ollie?
I mean, we've got another election coming out in the UK.
Okay.
And,
same here.
I know that, they want to do national service, which I think is hilarious.
What do you mean national service?
Well. So they've said that if the current party win again, they're going to introduce national service, but it's not just going to be military. It'll be, you might have a choice of whether to support like emergency services or something.
Wait. National service as in conscription? Or what do you mean by national service?
Is that like DRAS for us?
Yeah.
So conscription, military conscription.
Yes, like when you hit 18, you have to serve like 6 months doing something.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Sounds like people aren't going to vote for them.
Yep. But I mean, so you have to be 18 to vote. So, like, the people that it's going to affect don't even get to vote in.
Right.
And choose. So I don't know. It all seems very unfair, and it's in the back of my mind.
I see.
And it worries me. I mean, I'm well over 18, so thankfully
you can vote.
It doesn't affect me, but
Okay, we got a question from chat. What jobs do y'all want to take on in Ashes of Creation? Bull rider.
Yeah. I mean, it says, do you have like an archetype that you play in every single game that you do? Because I mean, I kind of end up being sort of the.
Well, I think she meant
like
crafting
guy.
Jobs, like.
Yeah, crafting. Yeah. But
like
I mean,
tending animals or gardening.
But I end up doing like mining and blacksmithing if there's only the option of that, right?
I might cook.
That's fine. Oh.
Yeah, provisioning.
Oh, yeah.
Let them cook.
That was the first crafting skill line I got in ESO. Because I was like, before, this was way back. Because I was like, man, okay, I'm going to focus on this first because I'm going to feed my party, right? I'm going to help them. That was my reasoning. But of course, you can do everything eventually, right? So maybe cooking, maybe provisioning.
I like to do I picture myself doing the tank archetype. So I kind of want something that synergizes with that. So I'm probably gonna need heavy armor. So I probably want to do mining, be able to gather the highest tier like base ore, and then metalworking, because I think technically you can choose 2 now the way they changed it recently. So I want things that synergize with that. So it'll probably be mining and blacksmithing, something like that. So that's probably where I see myself doing. I will say, we didn't talk about it as one of the professions earlier, but something worth looking into, and this is why I say this game is hella intricate, probably too intricate. I don't know. I didn't say that. Yeah, I didn't hear me say that. But the animal husbandry system, bruh, that right there is going to be, that's going to be like a whole game in itself, man. The way you can make your own mounts and breed 2 different mounts and like track recessive genes, dominant genes to make the perfect mount with this specific kind of ability. People are going to have spreadsheets and like, man, animal husbandry is going to be, and one of the gathering professions is taming, which is capturing these wild animals that you do want to use for animal husbandry. And you can choose 2. So you see how taming and animal husbandry would synergize together. But yeah, the animal husbandry, like they're using like I forget the term because I haven't done it since 3rd grade. But what's that little chart? Do any of you know what I'm talking about? It's like a square. Punnet? Is it punnet?
What do you mean? Swear.
There's like a square, and you put the recessive traits on one side and the dominant traits on one side.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Okay.
It's some geeky,
vaguely
actual
It's very,
DNA level stuff.
Yeah.
Like it. So they're actually
simplified.
going that detailed with it. Like
Okay.
if you see a freaking horse and you see a freaking minotaur
thingy, yeah.
or a flying minotaur, and you want to make Pegasus out of that, and hey, but it's going to be that intricate, like so I imagine that being a popular profession as well. It seems like it's going to be the most detailed one too.
Yeah, I haven't done animal husbandry since Pokemon Daycare. That's like, put my Ditto in with the
I remember
Charmander.
that. You just wait.
I think I'll be a cleric. Someone asked, "What classes are you looking forward to in the game?" I think I want to heal, like from the back lines. I think it'd be easier to direct raids or something if you're not at the front, especially for PvP. I want a PvP. That's my main thing. I want a PvP.
Have you played an MMO with a bard?
Yeah.
I wonder if you'd like bard as well. I think cleric bard is just gonna. It just sounds like it'll be, I don't know, super support, like really good.
Yeah.
I'll probably go for tank. I'm either going
you
to
want
do
a
fighter tank.
Frontline. Frontline.
Yes, I want to do tank fighter or fighter tank. That because of what they've shown so far is really good, especially for the fighter. So for people that don't know, it's a hybrid combat. It's not tab.
Right.
It's not pure action. It's like a little bit between two. That's why I say Guild Wars 2 is probably a decent example. And the melee combat. Picture the melee combat as like New World or ESO. Probably more so New World. Like it's true hitboxes, like with your melee basic attacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like, let me back this up. So ESO, if I hit Dizzy Swing, even if it looks like it should have hit the person next to me, it's a single target ability, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Ashes, your melee basic attacks will have true hitboxes, like New World, if you remember how that functions.
Right.
So you hit something, you hit something. And you can do the action cam reticle, so it feels even more so like a New World action style combat. Whereas your range combat is going to be more so what you see with like your ranger, your mage. That's going to be like, it's going to be more optimal with traditional tab target, but you obviously can still do the action camera, and it's going to be like skill shots and whatnot. Cleric, the reason I didn't even consider healing in Ashes of Creation is because I think their healing, while you can still do like an action style, it's going to be so much better if you're A, tab targeted, or B, I want to say they have that kind of World of Warcraft, like not hot potato
to
style.
click on a player and
and that to me is not engaging. I want to be looking at the combat, not looking just clicking on health bars and stuff like that. So anyways, I say that to say that the tank and the fighter are melee. They're super action combat. People that have played the game says the fighter and the tank is 100% action skills, no tab target involved, like just which is crazy, being that it's in the same game as the ranger and the sorcerer, who's tabbing on to people selecting targets. So yeah, that blew my mind, and they showed that in the recent fighter showcase they did 2 months ago. I want to say it was. They showed that, but hearing it from players directly, that gives me a lot of hope, because that's what I want. I want to use the action camera, and I know how to tab target like when I played Guild Wars 2, but if I can be, and that's why I kind of lean more towards melee. But yeah, I want to do tank fighter or fighter with tank as my secondary, so like a tanky melee brawler either way. And they seem to be doing tanking right. So when they approach these classes, they approach it holistically as a PvX thing. They're not balancing for PvP, then balancing for PvE. Like we said earlier, it's just approaching it holistically. And so they're making the tank useful. One of my first questions to Steven was like, how are you making the tanks useful in PvP? And they actually answered my question on stream. And like we saw it with this showcase that they just did Friday, where the tank has this wall skill. He puts up a wall, and you put this at a narrow choke point. Projectiles from the enemies can't come through, which is really cool. And there's actually like a augment of it where you can fire, your team can fire through the wall, but they can't. And it's an actual physical wall, so people can't run past it. So like using that at the right time at a narrow choke point, it's gonna feel really good. And the reason I like tank, especially if I can get some damage in my kit as a tank, it's easy to find a group in PvE, right? Everyone needs a tank. I remember your video, Nephis. Where did the tanks go?
Yeah.
So hey, supply and demand. I want to be a tank.
Okay.
So I'm gonna love that for PvE. And I like being tanky, being able to fight outnumbered in PvP. So that was my logic there. It's like probably going tank, fighter, secondary.
Okay.
And I will need a healer, so I'll, hit you up.
All right.
Hit him up. Yeah.
How about you, Ollie?
I mean, I've always kind of gone for that sort of melee, low magic kind of class. Not usually, like a tank or a knight, that kind of thing. Something with as little magic as possible. I feel. I mean, I did have a phase for a long time where I'd like playing with a bow. I mean, like, how's the bow combat? Because I mean, in ESO, I think people are quite disappointed with the bow combat because you can't really main that sort of archer build, really. Especially if you want to be competitive. But I mean, how does the bow combat feel?
Best ranger combat in any MMO. I'll say that.
You think?
Okay.
Man,
that's promising.
It's really good. To the point where if I end up not wanting to be a tank, I'm going ranger.
Okay.
Like the combat traversal, like the speed they have this one skill, which it may be a hot take, but it's the coolest skill I've seen in an MMO, airstrike, where they backflip really high in the air, and while flipping backwards, they shoot down 3 projectiles that damage and immobilize people. So they make distance, and it's like ESO. ESO's just not getting to the backflip.
Yeah.
Describe little skill. Yeah, it's like that, but even better. Like it's really cool. But it has your traditional. It has traps. It has like speed buffs, a CC. It's really good. It's really good. You see a lot of that. If you don't want to watch the Ranger showcase that details it, which I'd recommend, that one was in December. Really good showcase. But if you don't want to watch just that specifically, it is used a lot in the Node War that just premiered Friday.
Okay. And is there like pets tied to it? Because I know a lot of Ranger classes, they get bulked in with having a pet as well.
I love that question you just asked. This one does not have pets tied to it. And fun fact, when I played Guild Wars 2, that was my complaint. I was pissed because I wanted to do a Ranger, but it's so tied. I think WoW's the same way, where it's tied with the bow class is tied to pets. Well, it's funny. They got money out of me this way. So Guild Wars 2 has a Ranger, which is tied to pets, and you got like 2 pets active. And man, it's just so overwhelming to the point where I think I had F keys hotkeyed. But anyways, Guild Wars 2 has everything tied to pets, and they had an expansion which allowed you to fuse with your pet. So if you had an eagle with you that was adding you a speed buff, you absorbed the eagle, and so now you're just a traditional archer. And I literally bought that expansion just so I didn't have to be a pet class. So I'm glad Ashes isn't doing that, because they have a whole summoner, by the way. So that's why I'm really glad, because it'll take away the summoner's class identity, in my opinion, if the Ranger had pets. They have a whole minion dedicated class in the summoner, so that's really cool.
But I mean, some people do want that though. So I guess if you could combine the classes, right?
Maybe Ranger Summoner or Summoner Ranger combo.
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Okay. I think that's all the questions for this time around. Do you want to wrap it up, Ollie?
Sure. As you like.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys invited me. I almost didn't come. I planned on doing some Overwatch too. But,
what do you think about that?
I'm kidding. Too soon.
While we have you here, what do you think about that shit? Like,
I have no opinion. That's funny. I'm a kind of. You say you're gonna do something, kind of do it. And like, even if like say today something came up with the family or something like that, I would try to at least message you, say, hey, sorry, gotta cancel. Are you available tomorrow? So do the bare minimal. And just that's not in a content creator outlook. That's just like man to man or human to human. Like, hey, let someone know. So that's
and you begged us to come on this podcast as well, man.
Yeah, you did.
That's crazy. But yeah, I saw that. I tuned in like I guess like towards the end. I was like, what is happening? What are you guys talking about? And then I saw like, oh wow. Okay.
It's a win-win though for everyone. We all got content out of it, so who cares?
Nice.
Do we know? I don't know. I really just wanted to ask him, like, are you for real? That's really it. That's really. I just wanted to know, like, 100%. No, like,
Yeah.
are you for real? That's it.
Oh well.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Okay.
Where can we find you, Nyce?
Where
Just
can we find you if we want more nice gaming content?
Nice gaming content.
YouTube,
usuals.
Nice Gaming.
With a Y.
Yes, with a Y. Don't try to spell it correct. You gotta do the typo. I'm not gonna show up. NYCE as on screen. But yeah, YouTube, Nice Gaming. Focusing on Ash's content, some ESO as well at the moment. I try to do some reviews occasionally, like I did Throne and Liberty. I'll probably do one for Albion Online in 2024 here soon. I've been putting a lot of hours into that.
Okay.
Just so I can get used to the risk versus reward of Ashes.
Right.
So that's been fun. And I just started on Twitch like last October. Nice Gaming TV. So yeah, that's where you guys can find me.
Great.
I forgot to ask this earlier though. What's the story behind your name, your online name?
Oh, so it was a name I came up with when I was in a motorcycle club a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I'm from New York originally, so it just happened to synergize well. But yeah, that's it. Just that's always even though I'm a PvP enjoyer, I'm not toxic, or I try to be nice to people. I don't mind some revenge bags. I don't mind some revenge tea bags, but you know, I try to just be nice to people and treat people how I want to be treated. And yeah.
All right. Well,
great.
Thanks for coming. I really appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, good talks. Good talks.
Yeah. But I'll see you soon, both of you.
See you soon. Take care.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
And chat, I will be right back. We're on the Ashes Fish stage. I'll be right back. We're gonna start playing Elden Ring, actually. And for every time I die, we're doing push-ups. I'll be right back. Real quick. Alright, I am back. Wait, what? This man gonna be exhausted? Wow, Becca. Wow. Wow. That... Wait, why does it already say 1? What? There we go. Sorry. Must have pressed something. Okay, so... we're gonna start our first Elden Ring playthrough on PC. Let me just switch categories so we're not in the ESO directory anymore. And then, of course, we're gonna not go too late on the stream, because we got to prepare for tomorrow or this coming week in terms of the streaming. Oh! Okay. And I do have a PlayStation controller. For the Elden Ring. Easy anti-cheat. For Elden Ring? Ah, okay. I'm hoping that this boots up well. Okay, it is. It is booting up well. All right. I have to accept Sag. Man, this is a loud fucking game here. Welcome to the online multiplayer world of Elden Ring. Yeah. Auto lock on. I don't know about that one. No, can't do this. All of these settings. Maximum. Oh no. What? Okay. Something with my mouse. Adjust brightness until the image on the right is barely visible. I don't want it to be too dark, right? Like, camera speed, cinematic effects. Maybe a little higher. All right. So, we're starting all over again on PC. I don't know what to go with. What do you guys think? We have Vagabond, Warrior, Hero. We did a Faith build last time, and I think we can try Strength build, maybe. I don't think we've done a Strength build. We've done Dex with Bleed, and we've done Faith. What is this? Show attributes. Level 1. So it's like all... Should I just go with Wretch? Vigor 15. With a Strength 14. They just give you a little wooden club. Well, let me actually do this real quick. forgot. My bad. Alright. I mean... It's all even, right? It's like not below 10. None of it's below 10. I see lots of 8s. Warrior strength is at what? Hero is 16 strength. I don't understand the math here. So this is level 7, but it has... Hold up. 1... Yeah, that doesn't add up. So this is like a boost at the start, I guess? Okay, I guess, should we go with Hero or Wretch? Anyone? Hero or Wretch? I mean, I am a hero, right? Yep. Warrior. Hero. High vigor. High strength. This one has high dex. Bandit. Prophet. Type B. Huh. I guess I'll go with hero. Name. Yep. Keepsake. Max HP. Golden Seed. Cracked Pot. Stone Sword Keys. Bewitching Branch. 5 pieces of boiled prawn. Shabriri's Woe. I feel like Golden Seed would be the better choice here. Honestly. Hair color. What? Luster. Oh, that really did anything. Okay. Hello, Becca. Pores. Skin luster. Cosmetics. I don't know if that really also does anything. Cheek color. Lipstick color? Does that do anything? Doesn't seem like it. Huh. Okay. I don't think this does anything either. Look at this. Yeah, doesn't do anything. Arms? Master race? What are you talking about, Sinex? I'm so undecided on the hair color. It's like, what is it? The demigods have like gold or red hair for the most part. Treated like pink hair. It's like a... PC? Yes, we're doing PC.
PC with controller.
Yes.
That is very vibrant purple. Ooh, lavender.
Oh, how's that?
Horrendous. Did that once.
Okay.
You look a little scary. Not gonna
I'm
lie.
supposed to be scary. What? I'm supposed to be scary.
See, next he seems to think he's gonna do a push-up every time he dies.
10 push-ups for death. But I won't die. I'll never die.
You're gonna be so tired.
Because I don't want to do
You're
push-ups.
gonna be exhausted. Sounds like your watch won't have to tell you it's bedtime. He'll crash way before then.
I'm still not decided on the hair, really. Like,
Maybe the
hairstyle-wise. Yeah.
Just the eyebrows.
Just eyebrows.
No, it's not bad.
This one?
The facial structure doesn't help with any of these hairstyles.
Should we go with this?
Oh boy.
The bowl cut. Oh, nothing longer here? Probably. I went with this.
Are you trying to hide the very thick neck? Is that the goal here?
Yes.
One's very simple, very straightforward. You want bangs?
I have no idea what I'm doing
For
here.
the bangs.
I don't know.
Also working on hiding that forehead.
I feel like these are male kind of oriented haircuts.
Well, your person does look a bit masculine. Just like the facial features. And that one's not bad.
Okay. Face structure. Oh, maybe we can... Okay. Maybe this can help. Nose forehead ratio. What does that even
Turn
mean?
to the side. I feel like
It's not really changing. That's my problem with this.
I feel like you made the nose worse. I don't think you want it wider.
So
It's the fact
narrow.
that the forehead and the brow, like the bridge of the nose, are the same.
Well, how do I do that?
Probably the nose to forehead ratio? I don't know. That doesn't seem to be doing anything.
That's what I'm saying with all these customization things. Like, nothing's changing, really.
I think you just made the forehead bigger. I don't know.
I guess it raises it up a little bit. Okay, well,
Interesting.
maybe depth or protrusion. We can... Is it working? Kind of. No.
I feel like the forehead is sinking inward, but it's not changing that nose. Oh, nose bridge height. Oh. And bridge protrusion. You should try those instead of the forehead.
This one?
Yeah.
Low?
No, lower.
Nothing is changing. That's my...
Try the bridge protrusion.
Up or down?
I think it needs to go down. It's like one with the forehead. Try the second one.
Oh no, the ferrets are up.
Yes, they've been released. Sorry, that was one thing I was coming in here to tell you. Hi, Tulip!
Nope.
Hi, Fat Baby.
I mean, it made it smaller.
Hello, Fat Baby. Yes, hello.
I look like Voldemort.
Yes, you do.
Jesus Christ. I look like Ivan Radcliffe up, gets divorced, walks out of the house, and gets his piece of shit. That's what it does. Oh, the prank thing? I saw that. I was like, what is this?
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Brown.
Rural
Rouge.
human garbage.
It's just a prank, bro.
It's
The prank. I don't know. What's really throwing me off about this? I don't know. Does it matter, really? Because I'm gonna have a helmet.
You will. You'll have like a ton of gear, and none of it will even be seen.
Okay, well,
You know, you're kind of a sneaky girl. You didn't like him in the box of it.
look.
Hmm?
This is me. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Okay.
Alright, chat, this is it. Our first foray into Elden Ring on PC. Should we skip this or?
The fallen leaves.
It's America breaking the Elden Ring. I'm not gonna die.
Great Elden Ring was shattered.
No way I'm dying. Am I dying? By the way, thank you for the raid, Galdus. Appreciate
In
you.
our home,
I know you were gone, but
across
we're doing
the
the podcast.
fog, the lands between.
The lands between.
Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found.
She's right there.
And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was
they fucked him up.
first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound
Let's make it look.
triggered the shattering.
The war.
A war from which no lord arose.
There's Nilandia.
A war leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome dung-eater, and Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing.
Cinematic. Sir Gideon and me.
And one other, whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown.
It's me. Maybe.
count as your
the
first
fog
death?
to the lands
No.
between.
I like how you agreed. You nodded in
To
agreement.
stand before the Elden Ring
I'm gonna
and
win.
become the Elden
Watch me know that,
Lord.
but
That'd be
amazing.
very surprising.
What if this accidentally turns into a no death Rebecca?
I would be impressed.
Trying to like figure out message. Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring. I'm trying to figure out how I swapped fucking weapons, or like, was it? There we go. Triangle.
Stop it.
Just gotta get used to the controls again. Oh, cool. That's nice.
She might be deaf, but she's certainly not dumb.
Oh, yeah? What makes you say that?
She really wanted to go in the litter box, but then she saw me, and she decided to pretend like she wasn't doing anything. She was totally innocent. She walked in the opposite direction. Oh no, I'm going in the bedroom. I'm not trying to go where I'm not supposed to be. Twice, mind you.
Well, there's a lot of bloodstains on the fucking floor. How do people die here? What? Eye them ahead. Yeah, okay, buddy. What? Okay.
Trolls. Man, I can't wait to watch all these push-ups that have happened today.
No push-ups.
Don't worry, Torrent. Fortune is on her side. We found her here after all. One of her kind is sure to seek the Elden Ring.
H. Might as well go down, right? Easy. Man, this game is loud. Skills. Okay. Oh, boss fight, right? It's a tutorial boss, Soldier of Godric. Let's pull that, Rebecca. Easy. Well, Becca's not laughing anymore. Okay. You're not laughing anymore. Spooky.
See.
I remind you of a streamer I like. Me? Alright. Let's see. Loot. Strength. Yes. I'm still used to Ghost of Tsushima controls, so I'm doing like weird shit. So I need to like ingrain myself with these controls. Ah, race. This is a way to get over there, but I don't have a stone sword key.
Oh, yeah. Come to the... Of course, unfortunately, without guidance, you are...
Okay.
Luckily for me, are you familiar with grace? You may also... That is the... it will lead, even if it... Grace is the castles, the whole... It's time you to castle. If you... It's time to castle. If
okay.
you...
Oh. Summoning pools. Small one message. Look, that's the first boss.
Yeah.
You didn't take him on? Now I know.
I don't know. I mean, I've seen you take this boss on a couple of times before in different playthroughs, and it does never go too well.
Becca! Becca!
I can do the help. I don't know why you're halting. It's our first round of push-ups. How far in are we?
No, I always
5
got a good
minutes?
half health. No. We're
Like 5
fine.
minutes.
We're fine.
What are those?
What?
That's what you call a push-up?
Yeah, bull. A bull!
What do you think, Stuart?
Oh god.
You know you're not supposed to like put your head to the floor, right?
What do you mean? Oh.
You're supposed to keep your head underneath your body.
That's what I'm doing, baby. Alright, we did 10 push-ups. Fuck.
Your forehead was nearly touching the floor. Because you had your head pinned. Stay
Okay.
out of the box. Not even gold. Dad. Dad. No.
Oh, what the fuck? I didn't mean to do that. Fucking Ghost of Shiba. Oh, let me recoup here. What? Okay. Shit, too early. Too early! Oh my god. Oh. Shit, where's his weak point? I staggered him. Jumps. Oh god. What? got this. I got this, Becca. I got this. Oh! Oh! Becca!
Don't die.
One hit. Let's go! Let's go! Second try. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Becca. Well, well, well.
Philip is terrorizing her.
No. How?
She's using the gate as a way to mess with them. You can't get to her.
Feels good, man.
I'm pretty sure she's like nipping at his mouth, trying to play with him.
We haven't even leveled once yet. We beat that thing. Jesus. It's a good start. It's a good start. Thanks for the follow, Ivan Purple. It's a good start.
Good start.
Now we have to level. Look at my health bar. Maybe I should make this. Let me move me over here because the health, all that stuff is like on the left. I can't level yet. That's crazy.
You're tarnished. I can see it, but I can also see that you're not after my throat. Then why not purchase a little something? I am Kale, purveyor of fine goods.
Okay.
I am of an old selling where the land has only let's say you're a... You know, you should buy yourself a crafting kit allows essential. The kit costs a bundle, but the important thing is that... You know, you should buy yourself crafting essential. The kit costs but the
yeah, sure, why not? Telescope. Torch. We definitely need a torch. Do I really need a telescope, though? I don't think so.
I'm glad.
Wait, don't these guys have a lantern?
What is it?
Or no? Torch. Guess I'm using a torch for now.
Goodbye.
Oh, bah. I beat the first boss already. Nothing can stop me now. Oh shit. Change.
Erd's being so good and so gentle with her.
Isn't that good?
Very good. That's why I say he's being so good.
Oh! There's a trap. Oh no. There's so many of them. There's so fucking many of them. Jesus Christ. Okay. There's more. Doing pretty good. Okay.
Can't steal that.
She will. Can.
Trying to steal everything.
Saw an underground passage. Oh, there we go. What's in this spooky ruin? I don't think I've ever been here, actually. Holy shit.
What new area
What is it?
you've never been to?
Precious item.
Promise to die.
Feels like a trap.
Probably is.
Nope. We're good. Nice. So far, so good. Only died once. We killed the boss. Or two. Found the map. There's a cave down here. Torn's Great Sword. I can't use it. I need Dex. A flail. A graveyard. Or memorial.
Like a giant sword.
What'd you say?
So that looks like a giant sword.
Have you heard of they serve, but I can play turning to aid you. You need only take to the foot.
Except.
Then it's settled. Summon me. I bequeath. Use it. It will torrent. Treat him with. Shall I turn your rune? Let my hand.
I'm fighting level
share
up.
them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
And, yeah, that's basically it.
Nephis
What's up, Lead? Thanks for
is
subbing
a
for so
liar,
long. How are you?
a bully, and he's toxic.
Welcome in. I'm trying to find out... I guess she comes way after. I should go into this cave. Yep. Why not? Why not? I feel like I'm ready for
any
anything.
kind of fall damage, are you also going to do
Yes.
something for that? So any kind of death.
Any death. But I won't die anymore. I killed that boss, it's over. I've never killed that boss before leveling. It's over, Becca. That number is never gonna change.
Be very confident.
Oh yes. Grave tunnels. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. What? Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. That shouldn't count.
I didn't do anything. We were just talking about, you know, does fall damage count? And you said it's not going to happen.
Huh.
You're literally tilting your head down. Like the
supposed to.
top of your head is even with the floor. You're not supposed to.
I'm.
Alright, you continue. That's not 10.
That was 10.
That was not 10.
Count.
You counted wrong.
What?
I counted. That was only 8.
No. That was 10. You missed the first two then.
You didn't even be honest with yourself. I didn't
I'm
miss the
always
first two. I
honest
counted them.
with myself. Ugh.
And from now on, you need to count them out loud.
Okay, I'll count them out loud. And then show you that, indeed, I am ready.
Maybe try standing still this time.
I was trying to jump to a ledge.
Maybe don't do that.
Pretty sure I'm supposed to. I wish I had a lantern.
More what?
I don't know. Runes? Level? It's Rosie! Why are there so many rats down here? Go this way. Go this way.
I mean, I feel like it's really common to find rats underground. Maybe.
Maybe not. I don't recall finding rats when I dug into the ground, you know? Okay. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Jumping required ahead. Dog. Oh god. Oh god. Good. That was a little scary. What'd you say?
Shameful.
Why?
Because those poor guys have been enslaved, just minding their own business. You come along and murder them.
Maybe they want to die.
Maybe they just want to be set free.
Yeah, I'm setting them free. Same thing, right? Killing them, setting them free.
No.
Just gonna find a passageway. It's a ledge. That's where the follow actually are you. Alright. Ah. Is that the ledge? That was the ledge. That was the ledge. I saw it. I can't miss. Ah! I got it. Alright. Oh god. Oh no. Hello? It's just me. I'm just an innocent... Just an innocent person. Look, I'm mining.
I don't know about innocent.
I'm pretty innocent.
We just killed those poor enslaved miners.
It's a 2-second iframe, right? Backstab him. 1, 2, then you start attacking, or is it 2.5 seconds? I have no idea. Oh, what? Okay. Okay. Actually, I shouldn't be here at this low level. I can still hear them all around me. Is that a ledge? It was a ledge. Many ledges. That's a boss. So how about we try ledges? Material ahead. Can I make this jump chat? Yeah, I got it. Easy. But what the hell was the point of this ledge? Oh, an item down there. Just this? Oh, okay. Somber. Nice, nice. Very nice. Good. I wonder what kind of boss this is. Please don't be a hard one. Oh, fuck. It's a goddamn troll. Oh! Fuck. Shit. Okay, I might die here. Okay. I think definitely trying to heavy the legs for the stab is not good.
Sounds like you died again.
What?
Time for push-ups.
Hold on. Let me get to the bus. And then I'll do it. I was running low on flasks. That's what I thought.
Oh, is that what it was?
Probably. Also, I was trying to like heavy his legs, but he was moving so much more than I thought he would. Oops.
Don't forget, count out loud.
Yes. What are you?
And for chat. Yep.
Chat knows I'm doing all the time.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh, that one does not count. That was like that was a half. I was letting you get away with the other ones, even though you weren't going down far
It was
enough.
10.
But that one,
It was 10.
I don't even know if you call it a half. It was like a fourth of a push-up.
It was 10. Traverse the mist, yes. I got this. Oh! He backhanded me. What? Okay. What? Oh god.
Did you get stuck on something? Or were you just standing there?
I think that's stuck on something.
You were just like
yes,
watching
good
him
times.
stomp on you.
Listen, he's a very hard boss, okay? Wait, did I fits.
One, two, three, 5, 6.
I can't hear you.
Easy.
I think that you should probably do them over there. You don't have that much elbow space.
Once that thing comes, I can just push it down.
Well, yeah, but still, right now you have more. Like, you're like right in between them. I'm afraid you're gonna like smack your elbow.
I'll be fine. Where am I? Where am I? Oh fuck. Wait, no. I can do this. See ya, suckers! Oh! Don't need an elevator. Just do that. Oh, there we go. Where's his eye? Where's his eye, Becca? Yeah, here's his eye. Look at that damage. What? Woo! What? I couldn't do it. He stun locked me. Like, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't roll. I couldn't do shit. It's fucked up. What's that? 5?
Yep.
We're not going to. No way. No.
We'll see.
Oh my wings.
Oh my, now you're gonna do girl push-ups? What? Can't hear you. It's a good thing nobody can see the way you're doing these push-ups.
Why?
Because they're not very,
They're very good.
proper push-ups.
No, we're good. This next one's it. See ya, loser.
That's the guy who just did push-ups. 30 of which from one boss. No, he's supposed to be counting them, Shinzu, not me. I knew you guys couldn't hear him. He's like whispering his push-ups.
Easy. Fuck. There we go. Let's go. The targeting in this game sometimes, honestly. Yes. Yeah, we got this. Okay. I'm an ant. Oh! I got this. Yeah, Becca. What do you say about that, Becca? Easy. War medallion. What the hell is that? Okay. Enhances roar breath attacks. I have nothing. Nothing. Feels good, man. Ooga booga. Big strength. Just big stick. Wave it.
Oh my god.
Strength build. Pure strength. Yep. What the
So you're
Horami
gonna
build.
try and brute force this game?
Yes. It's the most common build type, I think. It's just hit shit. You smack him. Yep. Feels good, man.
You don't mind being really slow and getting hit a bunch?
It's not really slow, I think.
You seem really slow.
I feel like
It's just you.
once you have enough stats, you just one-shot shit, right? With enough strength, maybe.
See.
Alright. I can level up a little bit. I feel like that boss should have given me like 1 billion runes or some shit, you know?
It wasn't that difficult of a boss. You're the one who just kept getting stepped on.
I would like to see you play this game.
This tiny golden aura is light, but now You can see the rays of
Yeah.
upon a demigod. If the ray and the Elden as an ally pray to face upon the a demigod.
Okay.
If the rays of then the Elden as an ally pray to face
Alright. Time to go up. Travel. Storm Gate. Oh, fuck! That guy. Oh! Oh my god, no! Okay. Alright. Oh! Maybe I should just get out. Oh, fuck. He wants me. Fuck. Oh, God. Alright. How to deal with this giant. Yeah! Baby! Let's go. Okay. Okay. Oh, there we go. Easy. We did it. We didn't die. First try. Okay.
You used up a whole lot of health vials, so...
Yeah, I got it back though. After you defeat an enemy group, you just get the charges back. Shit. Okay. Woo! Okay. Calm down. Easy. Look at that. Alright, we're just fighting on foot at this point. It's going up and up. No one can stop us.
I suppose we'll see about that.
It's raining a lot. Storm Hill. Let's see. It's anything around here. Alright, well... Is the game too loud? I feel like it's loud for me. Is it loud for you?
What? No, of course it's not loud for me. I can't hear it.
It is a little loud for me. Alright. Let's see. Oh, fuck. Fuck that. Oh, wait. There's something over here. Like bats and shit. You see that? Their menacing yellow eyes.
No.
Glinting in the darkness.
No, I couldn't see it. Most of them being blinded by this light.
Oh, right. Oh, shit!
Okay.
That scared the shit out of me. Oh, fuck. Really? Okay. Okay. Stand still for me. Sorry, what'd you say? So you gotta do a fully charged heavy attack to stagger them, to like make them stabbable. I don't know what the terms
I
are.
understand that, but it takes you so long to do it that they hit you before you can complete it.
That is true. That is true. I hear wolves. That just fly out of nowhere, apparently.
Raining wolves.
It's raining wolves. Hallelujah, it's raining wolves. It's good. Remember that video of the Pyrenees just jumping onto the owner's face?
I'm so excited.
Item. Sensor key. Very nice.
Why is that light purple?
Means a rare item.
Ah.
Everyone who can. Only to have that, did you know? It's quite a lot. You're all on your own heading to enticed. Well, that, but I don't have. It's scary. I want to. I'm nothing. Oh, can you take?
Jellyfish.
And it'll be glad. It was a pleasure. Oh, tell them I love them. I'm finally getting the hang of this. It was a plum. Can you pass on?
Okay. Where are we? So much to see, so much to do. I don't know if we can level. Yeah, we can level.
Me? I'm for my purpose. For the root there is something I've acted. I am no me.
Okay. Where should we go? To the castle? Oh! Oh god, I'm jumping so high for some reason. I think it's the elevation. Okay. Oh god. Okay. Keep it simple, right? Wild strikes. What the fuck? Okay then. Where is that coming from?
Further up, I imagine.
Oh, I see it. Jesus. Okay. Yeah. Easy. I think this is the first, or not first, but third boss now? Fourth boss? Boss number 4.
Counting the tutorial boss?
Yeah.
Then yeah, number 4.
Boss number 4. Boss number 4. Gold summon sign. Oh hell yeah, why not? Do my hair. It's so purple. Foul tarnished.
In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Or we could talk. You know. Okay. Alright then. Okay. 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 Okay.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins.
Okay.
Tarnished.
Oh! All right. Is he? Was he back or front? There's no golden sign. Nothing. Okay, that's kind of fucked up. Okay. I don't know where to stab him after I stagger him. Is it front, back? I think it might be front.
You're the one who's fought this boss in 2 previous playthroughs.
I don't fucking remember. All right, here we go again. All because I didn't know which front. Side.
All because you insist on rolling right into his swings.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Louder.
7, 9, 10. Oh. I'm so good at push-ups.
You're good.
Wow. We can do this. I think it's the front. Also, why didn't this thing go off?
We didn't let thing go off?
Cooperator. Oh! I did like no damage. What? Where's that reach? Oh! Okay. It's fine. I got this. I do no damage. Let's go. Talisman pouch. Whatever that is. I think it just adds a talisman slot. That was pretty good.
For to see wand, it seems torrent, whereas I'm there is, but I can take gathering plate. Very well. Let my hand.
I hope I can see other people fight.
Yeah.
Look at this guy rolling around like a maniac. Where'd he go? Oh, it's too far away now. Let's go. Hello everybody, I'm here. I'm tarnished.
Ah, I'm, well, the honor of
Yalos.
She's my servant. Take your eyes off you find her.
Gotta find the serpent again.
You're a new nomad. Lay out your... I see you've noted nothing special. Trap, that's all there is. No, well, no grudge. My big side, despite my diff sides, it holds.
Okay. Huh. I don't think I can do much here yet.
Oh, welcome to the I teach and explore so that one day ensuring. By the way, you do. Most tarnished of you are some well. May the golden order